Good afternoon, dear participants. A warm welcome to all in the second day of our e-Shodhyatra. You all will agree that we all got quite stimulated after listening to all the dignitaries at the inauguration function on 23rd November. From today, we begin with our formal sessions. As per our schedule, we have 3 sessions every day. Today too, we are lined up with 3 sessions which are going to cover how do a researcher actually begins with his or her research. The very first session is on information sources and search strategies, and for which we have with us Dr. Shyam Prasad Pujar, Chief Librarian, Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai, as an expert speaker. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of Institute of Chemical Technology and VES College of Arts, Science and Commerce for this TechWeek supported 7-day national level capacity building program, e-Shodhyatra, Emerging Trends and Technologies in Scholarly Communication.
Thank you, Madhu.
Before Dr. Pujar begins with the very first session of the program, I will briefly introduce you to Dr. Pujar. Dr. Shyam Prasad Pujar is working with Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, IGIDR, as it's known as, Mumbai, as Chief Librarian. He is working with IGIDR since November 1996 under different capacities. Earlier to this, he worked with national and state level organizations and also as librarian in a university between 2006 and 2008 when on leave from IGIDR. He has a professional experience of 29 years. His qualifications include Masters in Library and Information Science, MA Political Science, PhD in Library and Information Science, and PGDCA. He is the recipient of IFLA, ALP, and Commonwealth Professional Fellowships. He has more than 42 publications to his credit, out of which 28 plus publications have been published in national and international journals, and has guided 4 students for PhD at Department of Library and Information Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has undertaken collaborative projects in association with IDS Sussex, UK. His core areas of research include internet resources, search engines, discovery tools, open access, ICT applications to libraries, and research matrix. Welcome, sir, once again. And now over to you.
Thank you, Madhu. Is my PPT visible? Yeah, okay, thank you. I hope I'm audible to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you, and first of all, I would like to thank ICT and ICT for giving this opportunity, and also to the collaborating institute college wherein Madhvi and Meghna are working in. So I would like to thank the organizers and the managements for giving this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. And I, being a opening batsman of the technical session, let me see how best I'll be able to. I'll be talking about information sources and search strategies. What you as a researcher, one can use it while searching for the academic information and also of otherwise. So during this my presentation, I'll be covering about what are the different types of sources of information, and where you can find the information sources, what are the places where these can be found, and what is the strategy for locating information from the various different information sources. And there are so many sources. One is what is available within your library or what is available on the internet. So that's I point it as Google and beyond, what you can look for. And there are different tools to simplify your search. There are different tools which are available, how you can simplify your search, what we are going to do it. So that will help in saving your time. And evaluation at the end of it, whatever we collect, at the end of the day, we need to evaluate it before using it. As we know that today's world, we have so much information, and without evaluation, if we use it, then there is a chance that sometime we may end up having in our academic research some fake information, or which is not coming from authenticated source. Then I just conclude. And you may ask me questions. I don't know, Madhvi, how you have scheduled the questions. Questions in the beginning or at the end of the session. So
Uh,
whichever, yeah.
Sir, we, as per your A, but mostly we'll take it at the end of the your presentation.
Okay, fine then. So then I'll be going with coming to the introduction to my presentation. See, as all of you know that today we live in an ocean of digital information. It could be academic and social, both together. For example, we get academic information over various platforms and also over online and through our emails and what are the forums we have registered for. And similarly, social information, you know, so much. I mean, it is much more than what we can consume. For example, through various platforms like WhatsApp or Facebook or many Tinder or whatever maybe, whatever kind of thing people are using it, different kind of social platform like Instagram. So wherein that you get a lot of social information about a person, or it could be about an organization. So like that we keep getting, and many times on these social platforms also we get a lot of academic information which gets mixed up with the social information. This is the kind of some are professional groups are there on these forums, and also there are kind of sites wherein these kind of information can also be found. So what is happening is sometimes it is also whatever information we are getting so much, sometimes it is also leading to fake or misinformation and also targeted information. In the sense that you know that on WhatsApp we get so many things and kind of videos we get, and which are all framed. Basically, what happened in some other country, they show it as if that it has happened now. And they try to link with the current situation and try to change bit here and there and try to this is one of get of videos. Whereas even in the information or whatever the documents shared over these kind of platforms, sometime and also even on the academic kind of some of the academic sites also many times what happens to be, for example, if anything is published online, I request them sound is coming. If anybody has switched on their audio, I request you to please switch off. You mute yourself. I think Dr. Hanumant, somebody is showing that is on.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens that wherein that reliability, and it creates a lot of problem, and that leads to kind of using like something published in a predatory kind of a journal, and which is not verified properly. So that can be lead to maybe we using that information, and ultimately our research also might be questioned if not at immediately at a later stage. That kind of thing. And targeted information, which I am referring to here, is that see now all of us know that any kind of service what we use online. So most of us keep track of what we do, and they observe our search behavior, and they try to see that whenever we search for something, whenever we go to some other site, for example, if you are trying to look for a booking tickets, or you are trying to book for a holiday, then whatever sometimes happens to be some other site, and you start getting those kind of advertisements. Of course, now because of pandemic, such things has come down, but still, it's going to be a phenomena earlier and also might happen in the future also. And because of this situation, it is leaving us kind of a scenario wherein trust or a reliability of information is very difficult to assess. So it is very difficult because whether this is a reliable, what I am using it, whether this can be used for our research or which can be used for passing it on to others, kind of a thing. Those kind of issues happen. And because of this, finding a reliable and correct information has become a challenge. So it is a challenge basically, even how experienced you are in locating information. We as for example, you ask me, I'm as a librarian, and many times even we end up getting into some kind of information which is not correct. So that's what reliability and correct information searching. We one has to be very careful in spite of you have experience, but still it is a challenge. So the solution, what is the solution for all of this is using a right source and right search strategies is a solution to come out of this deluge of information. Otherwise, what happens, and it will be kind of information explosion kind of situation we are in, and we will not be able to look for what we are looking for. And it leads to a kind of a situation where we end up spending a lot of time, and at the end result will be not finding anything which is useful. So because of the nature of the very, because of the kind of changing digital from print to digital kind of information, it has impacted on the very nature of the information. Here I would like to show that what it was and what it is today. For example, earlier days when we were except when we were going to the college, I don't know, many of maybe digitally you were born with the digital content. So where in that discussion you are not faced in. But earlier case when we had only the print was only the source of information, and having only one television channel that is coming from Doordarshan, we had a lot of limitation. It was very scarce. For example, only news, what you used to get, used to get it from only one news channel. Okay, that too only where people are having a television sets available. Otherwise, we used to depend on the radios to get what we wanted. This was very scarce, but now today it is all around us. So wherever you just put, you will get the information. And it was very expensive those days. For example, I would like to quote, if you want to make any online search from using there was a service called Dialog. Any researcher who would like to get access to that dialogue database through any of the vendors, there is one agency in India now also it is there. It is Informatics India. They started from those days. If anybody wants, then one has to spend a lot of money and request them. And they used to make a telephonic call. Whatever information we used to get it, we used to get it through telephone lines. Okay, so it was very expensive. But now it is cheap or is free or available at a very nominal rate. And earlier, the information was shaped and controlled by elites. Only very few people had access to, and they used to control everything, and it never used to be passed on to others. For example, you are trying to look for a fellowship for a kind of making an application for university abroad, or for making a try to attend a conference. So it never used to be get revealed to the people who are down the line. It used to be controlled by elites, and that too in a very good national level institutions in case of India, and also for international institutions. But now it is shaped and controlled by consumers and networks. We control because everything is available. Only we know that where we should look for it. And earlier information designed for one way and mass consumption, but whereas now you know that it is designed for sharing and participation. Everything you put, for example, you take Amazon a product as a product, you just go there, the information is shared and participation is there, and the people are given feedback about a particular product. I mean, is it good or bad? Everyone is free to give their feedback on anything which is available. And earlier the information very slow moving, but now it is immediate. I can say instant. Instantly you get the anything what you are looking for. And earlier information was almost external to our worlds. It never used to be part of our within embedded this thing. But now it is embedded in our world. Means it's within our life. Whatever we do, whether we do it personally or whether it at our official level, the privacy is becoming. It has blurred the lines because now we take. Work from office to the home, and many times home things also might come into office. It's kind of a blurred kind of this information is embedded in all over the places. So it is with us now everywhere wherever we move on, because we have a devices which we can use on the move. Even because that you might have seen in kind of videos, or even you might have experienced the people moving with their mobile phone without looking at where they are walking and without looking into the surroundings. Coming to the sources of information, what kind of sources of information, whatever we look for online, offline, whatever may be, within your libraries, there are three kinds of information sources we refer to for our research, for our academic work. One is the primary, which is the scholarly journals, whatever the journals which get published online or on print version, they are the primary sources. And what is coming from the government organization, it could be coming statistics or it could be reports. They are primary information, and information coming from reputable organizations like ILO or United Nations, UNICEF, all those are kind of a primary sources. And universities, for example, universities coming out with certain publications or certain information, it is a primary information. Then the experts who speak on who have authority on a particular subject or a particular this thing, it's called a primary source of information. Then Secondary sources of information are the one which depend on the primary sources through which they come out with the information. Like newspapers, which is based on the primary, they collect the information from a particular source and try to they publish it. Then magazines also do the same thing, and website postings. For example, I write a blog post of a particular event. In that case, whatever a particular article, then what I usually take a content from the primary sources and try to tell the people in a simple way that what I feel about it. Then there are abstracting and indexing databases. For example, in case of SciFinder, in case of chemical abstracting services, there is a SciFinder services there. These are also based on what is published in the journals. So those articles they index there and they try to provide you at one place what are the articles published on a various topics. And tertiary sources are the one which are based on both primary and secondary sources, like encyclopedias. Okay, they synthesize a topic and try to give a very general kind of perspective about a particular anything. For example, climate change. I am a library science person. If I want to know about climate change, if I go to the websites and all, there are so many sites available. I may end up having more of technical content. Whereas if I go to encyclopedia, where that is very easily explained what is climate change, what are the reasons why it happens and all. Similarly, there are guidebooks available, textbooks are available. Even search engines also, I say that they are tertiary kind of sources because they take content from both primary and secondary sources. And what are the information sources which we come across in our day-to-day life? It could be anything like books, e-books, journal articles, newspapers, conference papers, thesis standards, or patents, government reports, maps, and the internet. Of course, internet may have all of this. There, like library is having many of these resources. Similarly, internet will have all of it. Apart from that, it may also have other commercial information or website information, everything. So these are the kind of information sources we end up using in our day-to-day of our academic life. So where you can find the information. Okay, I mentioned about so many information sources we come across. Where usually we find them? Of course, one is a library, where your library spends money on procuring the resources. It could be books, it could be journals, or it could be databases, whatever you name it. So institute funds the library and funds for all of your behalf, procures those resources and keeps it in the library, and also makes any e-resources accessible on the campus, or also remote access also is given to all of you. So the library is the source, and second one is the source is most used in today's world is the internet. So earlier, what used to happen during our days when I was doing my graduation post, we used to go. The library was the only source of information. Okay, the internet came in the 90s, so after that the things completely changed. So now, whereas in case of younger generation, or in case of today, even we as a senior, many of the people first go to the internet. If they don't find internet, then they go to library. Of course, I'm not telling they're not going to the library. They are still going to the library, but they are going there to procure certain things which is in a print form or which is not available on the internet. This is a scenario where we live in. So second is the internet, wherein that we get, and our, I think it is not an exaggeration to say that our first start of the search, any information starts from the internet. If you don't know anything, Google it. That's what people say very commonly. That has become a very common scenario. So, but I would like to make here a difference between what is available in the library database and the internet. So one need to, as a researcher, as an academician, and as a student, one need to be very careful. Why you have to be more this thing? What is the difference between the library database and the internet? See, what in the library database, whatever you find is scholarly content. For example, in the internet, authorities often unverified. For example, I'm a library science guy. I may write anything about chemical engineering, but that is not right. Maybe I may have a good experience or I may have good knowledge. For example, because maybe I'm reading a lot on that, I may say some few words or I may write an essay on that. But that is not taken as authoritative source because I am putting up my general whatever understanding about that particular subject. So authority is often unverified on the internet. And in case of database, it is indexed subject, author, keyword, making it more. It is like your library catalog, wherein that you find the title of the book, you find the author who has written it, where it is available like that. So it is indexed, and whereas internet not indexed and contains many duplications. For example, if you search something on the internet, many times you end up having the same information at multiple times. So those kind of things happen. And in case of databases, results can be filtered like year, document, type, geography, and subject. And internet on some certain discovery tools, you can do that, but you can't filter results and ranking the results unclear. In certain, like a general search engine like Google, it's very difficult to make out what are the kind of filters you can apply. Of course, there are certain ways in which you can, strategy you can make it, but bit difficult to filter everything. And in databases, only the published material will be there. There is often the bibliography, this thing is often there is a very good bibliography control verification is there. Whereas in case of internet, it may have published material and also it contains much of unpublished material. As I told you, I can put part of my views, that views also will be available over there. It could be any platform or it could be your own kind of website, you are doing it and you may put it over there. And databases are always a quality research because since the content is all verified, is a very quality research tool. So whereas in case of list websites, not a database. Whatever the internet is list, for example, you take go to a search engine like Google or Yahoo, you find the list of websites. It is not a database actually. It is a search engine and containing information from various websites. In a way, it is a database, but it is not a kind of a quality research tool. That's what I want to say. And in case of databases, usually what happens, humans are involved. They input collecting and making information available so that it will become more simple. Whereas in case of internet is completely mechanized or is a web crawler or algorithms, whatever you can see that. So it crawl to the different website and try to collect information, put it into the search engine database. That way, this is the difference which as a user one should be aware of it, or as a user of the any kind of information source need to be aware of it. Okay, if I'm using internet and what could be the problem, and if I'm using database, how good it will be. So, for example, now having said that, and where there was one study which was conducted in sometime in 2005 and 2008, they conducted a study where people usually look for information. As I mentioned to you earlier, 84% of the users began an information with a search engine. This is what the outcome came in 2005 or 2008. But now today is almost, I can say, 95% of the people start their information search from a search engine. And for example, they have given an example that for a majority of the British library websites or the WorldCat have been searched using a search engine rather than directly going to those websites. And only 1% of people began search on the library website. So this show that people are the users' inclination to find first it on the internet. If they are unable to locate it, then only they are trying to go to the libraries. So this is really a kind of a situation wherein that even I as a librarian can worry about it because our jobs will be at stake in the future because of this. So of course, but I don't say that because still we can do many things. I think I'll be able to convey some of what we can do or what kind of how one can make a search of information. And what is the strategy for locating information from the sources? What kind of strategy one you need to apply? First, as a researcher, when you are looking for any kind of material, first you need to identify the key concepts and terms. For example, there's a foreign direct investment in India or foreign direct investment in Maharashtra as a topic if you have taken. And what are the kind of keywords? Okay, foreign direct investment, this kind of thing. Okay, foreign collaboration, whatever the kind of synonyms or the keywords are available, you need to first analyze. Okay, these are the kind of concept I would like to, or search terms I would like to use it in order to retrieve the maximum results. Once you are clear about it, then you should select the relevant databases and resources. Okay, where I can find that resource. It is not that, okay, you may straight away go to the Google, okay, let me find out from Google. But Google is not only the answer, there are many more databases which your library may be subscribing, or it may be available within the subscription based, or it could be available, some database also available on the internet, wherein you may find the information, or there could be a particular source wherein you can go to get that information. First, you need to select what are the relevant sources from where I can get this information. Then, next step should be combine the search terms with Boolean operators. Once you know, you identify the key terms, once you know the sources from where you are looking for it, then you need to combine the search terms with the Boolean operator. Boolean operators is and, or, the. But what happens, many of the databases nowadays, some of the commercial databases, they do use this Boolean operator. Some of the internet-based database, they use the mathematical signs. In order to say that no or not, for that they say minus. Okay, so in case of or, they use plus. Okay, so this kind of search engine specific or a database specific mathematical symbols also people are using. So you can combine the terms with Boolean operators or the mathematical symbols. You can do that. Then once you do that, then you run the searches in selected resources. Whatever you have selected, you run it. Once you run it, then you get the results, review those results, and refine the search results. For example, once you do the broad search, then you can zero it out to go for further this thing, condensing of the search term by adding many more other, like for example, you search foreign direct investment in India, then you add the year, then you can add the period, then you can filter it out to only the full text documents. Like that, you can go on refining it. So till the time you come out with only the very few selected articles, which is going to be useful for your research or study or research. So here I would like to mention some of the tips which you always keep in mind before you try to search for information from the information sources. First thing is, as I already mentioned, is the strategy. Choose the right source, and it is always good to search from multiple sources. Don't end up, for example, I searched on the Google Scholar. Okay, don't stop it there. You may go to Microsoft Academic and try to look for. Similarly, okay, I for coming from a health sciences and all, okay, I did it in PubMed because PubMed is ultimate source. You should not end it up there. You may go to the like a normal search source like a Google. Even you can try to locate from there, because many times you may find it. We don't know. And whenever you are online, when you're looking for online on the internet, so always have an understanding about the domain names. For example, academic institute, we in India, like igidab.ac.in is academic institute. Okay, for example, tiss.edu. In case of Institute of Chemical Technology, ict.ac.in. Like that, the academic institute have that. Similarly, companies registered in India, data.co.in. So this domain name understanding, why I'm mentioning is, it helps you to provide an understanding about where you are getting this information. Even many times what happens, the search engines have a kind of a policy wherein that you can restrict your searches to the particular domain. I'll come to that demo part of it later once I end up my presentation. And also you should use, as I mentioned earlier, use search engine or database specific search filters like Boolean operators, math science, or the phrase search. These you should use it so that your search results will be limited. Otherwise, what happens if you end up, like, let's say, for example, blood cancer, if you enter it into the Google search box, it will throw millions of hits for you. So in order to limit to the particular search, you should restrict yourself to the using the, for example, I want to let me search the phrase search or let me use the Boolean operators. So if you make use of this, then your search will be limited. And look for information beyond first page of search results. It is I've seen in many times from the researchers. Okay, first page, okay, 10 results Google gives, or 10 or 50 results any of the other database gives. You look only in the first page. You never try to look for the second page or third page. Many times what happens, the information might be available in the second or third or even the fourth page. So you should try to look for few pages to find out whether it's available. And also make it a habit to look for alternative links to locate the required if available at no cost. For example, in Google Scholar, when I demonstrate you, I'll show that Google Scholar, if you click on the link, what is available, article title, you end up going to the publisher website. So wherein that you either, if you have access, you get access. If you don't have access, then they'll ask for you the money in order to buy that article. But whereas on the right side of the Google Scholar results, it also provides the alternate links. So wherein those are the links wherein it tells you that there is a free version of the paper available on some other site, some other source. So you should always try to look for it. And also there are a lot of internet browser extensions are available, which basically simplify your search. Such as, for example, Google Scholar button. I don't know how many of you use it. I'll show this one example at the end of my session. So by using that, you will still save a lot of your time in trying to locate. For example, it helps you to locate information just blocking the text from anywhere. It could be from your email or some other website, wherever it may be. If you are referring to some publisher website or some references you are referring to, just block it and click on this button. It tell you if the full text is available. Immediately it will show the green sign there. showing that full text of the paper is available in the Google Scholar. There's basically alternative source. So it shows that, but if you have access, even it might show you the gesture button also, or in case if your institute has access to that. And also other one more this thing you should always keep in mind, that check for citations received by papers to gauge the quality. Because what happens if a particular paper has been cited umpteen number of times, say for example around 250 times or 500 times, then definitely that paper has a very good quality in terms of the content what is being covered over there. So, but I'm not telling that to say that all the papers will be like that. For example, social sciences, some papers may be very good, but may not have received the citations. So there, if you have to go by case and how good and all. Also the depends on what topic or what you're studying. So and which discipline you work in. And also, you should not forget that asking a librarian for help, because we are there to help the researchers, we are there to help the students. You should always don't hesitate to ask the librarian. That way, it keeps us motivated, and also it also makes us to study and try to look for, and also it gives us a better understanding of what you are looking for. And by that way, we also get educated about your subject, what research you are undertaking. But at the end of it, whatever you collected, you need to evaluate whatever you are collecting before you use it in your research. If you don't do evaluation, as I mentioned earlier, you may end up having information which could be fake or which could be kind of misinformation, which if you cover it, or it could be plagiarized content, so which might create a problem at the later date. So coming to the information sources, let me start with the Google first. So because all of us use it, but I would like to put a question to all of us is, how many of us can effectively search it? That's my question. Because I do very frequently sessions on Google search, how to make effective search and Google and beyond and all that. So many times I find that researchers usually many times in face-to-face kind of sessions which I had before pandemic. So they explain that no, sir, we are not at all doing this. We know only one thing. We go to Google and put up some of the keywords, and whatever results come in, we try to look for it. Okay, this is, and also I request all of you go through this link, how Google search works. It's a 5 minutes video which is done by Google itself. So which is available on the YouTube. You should watch it. So it clearly explains how the Google actually search engine works. They explained it very nicely. So what I'll do, I'll finish up my presentation. As I mentioned, I'll come back to all the demonstrations. So Google has many search features. As I told you, so it is one of the wonderful search engine. That's the reason still it is leading in the market. And there are many advanced features and different sites separate search for the website, images or maps, videos. Okay, for nowadays even they have come out with separate searching for patents. Even you can search for the data. So they innovate in a very big way. That's the reason you can make use of it. And it has advanced search scripts like you can use the quotation marks for searching the phrase, and you can search for the particular file type. For example, you're looking for an article on monetary policy in India, for example, or some air pollution in Mumbai, for example. So if you put a simple keywords, what it does, it simply throws the results wherever those keywords have appeared. But whereas in case if you choose a file type, particular file type, you are looking for only the full text of the document, wherein you want to restrict yourself to the PDF documents, you can do that. But so for example, somebody is looking for a data on air pollution in Mumbai. So if you put air pollution and file type XLS or XLSX, so then what will happen? It will retrieve only the Excel file for you. So that way you are very, very specific to your search, and you are looking for only the files where only the data is available. You are not getting into websites, you are not getting into documents, all those things you can directly explore. And also here asterisk, if you use it, it's equivalent to and, basically. As I mentioned to earlier, Google and other search engines are some of that way they use mathematical signs rather than using the Boolean operator. And also there is a wildcard tilde, so which can be used to find the similar items. And there are some other like all in title, in URL, all in URL. So they basically, if you write all in title in the title, so if that particular keyword is appearing in the title, then you will get the complete result. And also Google has a very good feature wherein that you can keep your alerts. For example, you are working on a particular topic and you want yourself keep updated what is happening. For example, artificial intelligence. artificial intelligence in home appliances. As an example, I am giving you. So you are doing a research is how artificial intelligence can be used for home appliances. What is happening in the all over the what is Google is indexing? I should be updated. Then what you can do if you go and keep your alert there and enter your email address every now and then, as and when Google indexes such content, it will send an alert to you. For example, in case of our institute, I have kept an alert for Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research. So any of our faculty research or any of our listing papers, as soon as they appear on the web or in the news media, immediately I get an alert. Then those alerts I pass it on to our authorities saying that there is something news about our institute. It could be research. Then also we update, we tweet those things from our IG header handle or from the library handle. So this way it helps you to keep yourself track with what you are doing. And there are also advanced features of the Google, which is very much available on the Google search engine itself, where in that you can find whatever I mentioned that can be done without doing any additional efforts here. You can just go, for example, if you want phrase, we can go over here and you can say that simply enter that without putting in double quotes. Google will search the content using a phrase search, even language wise, region wise, domain wise, all those kind of options that when I come to the demo, I'll explain to you. And Google also has many advanced features, like you can use it as a calculator, you can use it as a unit conversion. Your World Bank data, it is a part of Google. So if you are looking for a population in India, it will provide you the data with a graph. So that's possible. Even a lot of definitions. For example, whenever I go through article on the web, it could be website or it could be blog, all those things. At that time, what happens? So whenever I look for that, I try to look at definition for a particular word, what I'm reading it. So immediately I get to know what is the meaning of that. Even many times we don't know how to pronounce a particular word. When you put a define, then even Google provides a pronunciation for it, how you can pronounce the word. So all of you know that you can search the weather, time, maps. Of course, Google Maps is quite famous now. All of us use it in our day-to-day life. And you can also know the flight schedules, how many flights have been scheduled for today, flights from Mumbai to New Delhi. If you enter it, it will tell you what are the flights scheduled from Mumbai to New Delhi for today. And currency conversion also, you can do it. And also I have provided here a Google sheet link, wherein it provides some of the links, how you can cheat the Google by using those tricks. But yet, even though Google is a wonderful tool, a search tool, but still information source, I can say, but it cannot search everything, because whatever is available on the Google, it is much more than that. It's also available in other kind of sources. So I would like to take you to the different kind of sources wherein you can try to find out this kind of information. One is there are a lot of other types of search engines. We understand in a general kind of a situation, we understand search engine means Google or Yahoo or Bing, or we know few of the search engines. In case of scholarly research, we say, oh, okay, Google Scholar to the extent. And beyond that, it's very difficult for many of us to say that, okay, there is also something else. Because we use one or two tools, okay, we're happy with that because we don't want to confine ourselves to many of the tools. Okay, but however, I would like to mention here some of the tools what is available, and where you can make the citations, searches, where you can find a citation for the papers, what you're looking for. And also there are digital libraries. Digital Library of India is there. There are digital library in each of the research institute in India, like IITs, IIMs, even at IGIW, we have a digital library. So the digital libraries are everywhere. So how you can find out the content which is stored in digital libraries. So then there are particular harvested search engines are available. I'll be showing you some of them. And then in the scientific field, there are a lot of preprints. Even in the social sciences nowadays, there are a lot of preprints servers have come. Preprints is nothing but where before the publication of an article, many people host their papers for them. Only the difference with the post-publication and the preprint is preprint does not undergo much of the peer review process or the editorial process. Wherein because these are kind of repositories, because the research which is happening, like COVID, for example, a lot of research is happening. So people would like to bring out the research quickly because so that it may help in further research and help in bringing the vaccination. So which is because of that reason, so a lot of people hosted there. Of course, it's also been found that many of the prints posted in some of the servers are not up to the mark, because in a quick succession people wanted to do the research, so they are not verified all the facts over there. This is one problem is there, but still it is one of the good source. And there are also post-print repositories. For example, after your publication, you want to publish, of course, subject to copyright is with you, or subject to publisher allowing you to host that paper, then you will be maybe hosting your author version of the paper on the post-print repositories. And there are open data sources, where that open data, in the sense that data earlier used to be available only through a kind of commercial databases. Whereas nowadays there is a concept called open data, means keeping the data open so that let people use it. It is like a open access resources, open access journals or open access books. Open data is very much prevalent now. And there is a deep web or individual. This is where your library, whatever the database or whatever the content available in your library, which comes under the purview of deep web or individual web, means that is never to be made or available on the internet. So, and there are open access journals, books, and the thesis which you can find out. And there are slides and the videos which is available. And also there are blogs and Twitter which we use in our day-to-day life. There is also search. We can do a search from these kind of postings also. And open courseware is something which is wherein that course materials are made available online. For example, if any of your teachers in ICT or in any of the colleges, wherever you are working in as a teacher, or you as a researcher, you want to make some of the course material as a student, you want to see the course material, what is being used in some of the premier institutes of the world, then you can go to that courseware website and you can try to find out what is available on it. For example, there are search engine kind of search which is called intelligent search engine, like Wolfram Alpha. It's one of the very good computational knowledge engine. What it does is, for example, you can search here about a particular place or a particular person, or there are a lot of mathematical calculations. For example, you want to do that, you can do it from here. Here, what they have done, they call it computation, because they have their own database, which the data, whatever they have put in there, it is verified, authenticated data. So that you can use this database in order to find out that kind of information. And also, not only that, once it retrieves the results, it also provides you the PDF file which you can download and make use for your study or research. Similarly, there is a kind of a data search engine called DuckDuckGo. This is basically a filter-free information. In case it is almost similar to Google, but Google, what it does, it tracks your behavior. It try to store your data, what are the kind of searches you made. Whereas DuckDuckGo does not track you. Whatever you do, you are free to search it, and when you come back, and in case of Google, what happens if we are searching, say, all of us are searching on the same topic, all of our results will be different, because it tracks us, our search behavior accordingly provides the results. Whereas in case of DuckDuckGo kind of results, everybody's results will be same. And coming to the academic search engines, what we use, we are using it. Google Scholar, I think many of you are aware of it. And a lot of academic content you can search from there. Promotes open access content. Okay, there are more than 90 million documents available when I took this image. So now maybe the number might have increased it. And also there is one more which is called Microsoft Academic. In a way, what I found is during my day-to-day usage of these Google Scholar and Microsoft Academic, I think in a way Microsoft Academic has taken a step ahead of Google Scholar in terms of providing the content. So, excuse me, can you please switch off? So, in order to look for the information, Microsoft Academic is in a way taken a step ahead, wherein that you can try to look for the information, and it provides much more results, better results than the Google. That's what I found. Maybe it may differ from discipline to discipline, from topic to topic. So, but as I mentioned to you in the beginning, you should try to look for multiple sources. Don't end up only with Google Scholar. You can always check in base. You can also go to the Microsoft account. Sometimes you may get duplicate results, see, because all databases index all of the content. Sometimes you may find duplicates, but many times you may find different results also. And there's one more interesting Okay, what it does, it combines multiple academic search databases and try to provide you information. And it's a very interesting site. Not only apart from providing the content, it also provides the nice display of graphics, and it also provides the author profiles, like how IRNS profiles is undertaken by InfluMnet for individual authors who are participating with InfluMnet IRNS program. It also show the profile based on the content stored in this database. I'll come to that when I demonstrate. I'll show that, and also here a lot of filters it provides. For example, I'm looking for a particular author and a particular institution. I can choose, and I can you enter the author information. I can choose the journal. For example, I want only journal content. I can go by the conference name also. For example, I'm looking for a particular paper happened, published or presented in a particular conference name. You enter it. If it is indexed over there, then you will get the results. So this is a way very nicely done it. I'll demonstrate that. So it also has an app, so which you can download and make use of. It's one of the very good site. Similar to Lens, there is also one more search engine, which is a semantic scholar, which uses, it claims that it using artificial intelligence in order to index the content. So wherein you can enter the key terms, it also provides some similar to Lens kind of information, but very exhaustive as compared to Google Scholar or Microsoft Academic and all. It is much more in depth in terms of the content, what is stored over there. And in the field of science and technology, many times people try to look for patent information. So now Google has its own patent database, a patent search engine. You can, if you are looking for a patent literature, you can always go to patent database. Even there is an option to include the non-patent literature. In case you want to combine your patent search along with Google Scholar literature, you can do that. But I think it's better that if you're looking for patents, only patents information can be searched. So whatever is available, what has been indexed by Google, you'll be able to read the full text of those patents. And here is one more different kind of search. Say as I told you, as I mentioned, over a period of time, a lot of things are changing, and because of the artificial intelligence, also things are changing a bit, and they're trying to give you more refined way of looking for a literature. So here, in the sense that it uses a base as a search engine to retrieve content from all disciplines. In case of life sciences, it uses the PubMed. So, for example, as I told you, a particular topic, whatever you look for, may differ depending on the concept where you are trying to apply. For example, I use a monetary policy, okay, that as a content that can be used from the perspective of economic development, or it can be used from the economy point of view, or it can be useful for the finance. So there are different sub themes within the field of business and economics. So what it does when it retrieves the results, it groups all the content, whatever it has retrieved, into different subject groups. So know that, okay, this monetary policy, what you have searched related to economic development, related to finance, and related to some other topics. So like that, inflation, for example. So it try to group those topic wise. So that way, what will happen? It will simplify your further search for information, and it helps you in retrieving what you are looking for within a shortest possible time. Similar to this thing, this is one more get the research. The difference between this and earlier databases, this is a purely open access papers it provides you, because the back end of it uses a database called Unpaywall. Unpaywall databases has excellent in millions and millions of open access papers in its database, using through which it provides you the results. So it's a very good in retrieving the open access resources. So if you enter any of the open access papers published in open access kind of a document, open access data resources, you'll be able to retrieve from them. And coming to the citations, because as I mentioned to citation where you should find it. So one is the Google Scholar. By default, it is the academic search engine, and also it provides the citations when you retrieve for results. But apart from that, it also has a journal metrics. For example, as an author, as a researcher, when you want to publish an article in a particular journal, and you want to know that, okay, where this journal stands, okay, what is the impact factor, or what is the H index for a particular journal. So in that case, what happens? You can try to go and look for the Google Scholar journal metrics. If you say Google Scholar metrics, then you will get a separate sheet there. You can go and try to look for it. And Microsoft Academic also provides the citation information for the paper, whatever it is indexing. And Scopus, which is a commercial database of elsewhere publisher, it is not accessible to everyone. Only if your library has a subscription, then you will be able to access. Whereas they have made available this author search free of cost. For example, you may be interested in, you may be trying to register for a PhD, then you are looking for the supervisors or the guides under whom you want to register. Okay, this is an example I'm giving it. And then you can go there and enter the particular faculty name and the affiliation where he or she is working in. Then immediately it provides you, okay, so and so author, what is his or her contribution, how many papers have been indexed in Scopus, and how many citations they have received, what is his or her H index, all those things it will provide you. So that will give you some idea about it, or if you sometimes you may not find anything also. So that will give you an idea about the stature of the supervisor guide whom you are trying to look for. So this is one way you can, or also of course for as academic administrators, this may be used in order to find out. For example, you are called for a advertisement for the faculty positions and you want to do a background, see that how his or her research is looking at it, then one can go and search it. Not only from Scopus, even it can be searched from, but Scopus, why I'm mentioning it, but that is recognized by UGC. They say that, okay, Scopus, how much, what is it, or Web of Science. So you can search from there. There's one more very interesting tool which is called Dimensions. It's quite a good database which provides citation information and also provides the Altimetrics information. Altimetrics is a new thing. For example, citations takes years to accrue. Whereas quickly you want to know about what is the impact of your research, because many researchers nowadays, especially younger generation, whatever they want to see it very quickly. I have done it now, tomorrow I should get the feedback, or instantly I should get a feedback. They don't have any patience to wait for a longer period. In order to attune to that, maybe, so this alternative to the metrics has come, so that there are many tools available. Using that dimensions provides you alternative material. Nowadays, many times you might have seen on the publisher websites also, these kind of donut kind of information might be available there, like alternative materials. There's one more very interesting, which is the new one, which is called S-Cite. It provides citation with a difference. What it does, it provides citations, okay, how many have cited, how many are in favor of your idea, how many are against your idea. If anything is been written about that in any of their papers, those things will be mentioned. So I'll demonstrate this product, so which you'll give an idea. And also SciMago, which is for a journal metrics. You want to know about a different, how the ranking of a particular journal published from India or published from abroad in different disciplines, you can find out from SciMago. This is a S-Site look. For example, it has, you can install there is an extension to Mozilla Firefox browser, and so that through which you can search. Yes, I'll show you, demonstrate you. You can search by title, you can search by abstract or author or the year. You can give the particular period. So accordingly, it will provide you the results, and each of the results under that it provides how many times it has been cited, how many people have favored the idea, how many are disagreeing to the idea. Everything it mentions one. So it's very good. Even it has been now add on to Jotero reference management tool. I think you have a session later in the second or third day. So where in that there's an extension available for it now for Jotero. So even it can be made as a part of Jotero to know that whatever papers you have collected within your Jotero library will have additional citation information. So that add-on will tell you, okay, how many of your citation, whatever reference you have collected, how many citations have been received by those papers. It's a really good information because that will help you to assess what you have collected is worth. And coming to the digital repository and harvested search engines, there are three resources which I'm mentioning it over here. One is network VEPress. It is called a Digital Commons Network. It indexes many of the digital libraries, where in that you can find the full text of the content, which may be a pre-print version or it will be post-print version who authors have posted on their individual digital libraries. Okay, so you can search it, and it's available in all disciplines, sciences, social sciences, and humanities. So you can go there and search for the full text content on whatever you are looking for. And second one is the Oyster. Oyster actually it also indexes the content from different digital libraries. Now it is part of WorldCat. So you can go here and you will get the full text of the papers, what is being indexed. And coming to India, we have a National Digital Library of India, which also indexes different digital libraries from India and provides a common search for all the content which is stored. It could be learning materials, it could be full text of the papers, it could be working papers, or it could be preprints or the post prints, whatever is been undertaken by different digital libraries who are part of National Digital Library, you will be able to get access from National Digital Library. These are the very important sources. I request you to go through it and retrieve the results. So that way you will get a very authoritative content, because these digital libraries are indexing a content which is emanating from the valued research institutes or the academic institutions. So that definitely will be an advantage for you. And maybe many of you are aware of this Internet Archive. It is a digital library, and also it is a harvested, in a way, harvested search engine, wherein you can know about the very old kind of content, like books, it could books, or it could be films. For example, you're looking for an old Charlie Chaplin movie, you can go here, you will find it. And also there are many old television serials, not from India, basically they are from abroad, so they are available. Even there are audio speeches, and there are a lot of content which is stored in floppy disks earlier. So those kind of things, software have been archived here. Not only that, even for example, you want to know about old website. For example, Google, how it used to look 20 years back. For example, you want to go enter google.com, and you can go and check out how Google was earlier. Even for example, you want to know, for example, ICTR, your college, or for IGR website, 20 years back, how was the IGR website look and feel? You can go there on a particular wayback machine, they call it. So it will show that on a particular date, there is a dot mark, will you click there, it will show the page what it was on that day, on a particular year. So this is a very good source which can also be used if you are looking for a very old kind of a material, or kind of any kind of software which presently not available. So you can go here and try to retrieve it. And coming to the preprints or the post-print archives, and here many of them what I have mentioned is mostly preprint, and some are even indexing post-print. Archive is a very well-known preprint archive in science and technology, computers, mathematics, and also economics. Nowadays it includes economics. And there is a biological, in case of you are coming from biological sciences, then bio archive is there. So this has an excellent collection of preprint server for biology. And social sciences, there is a social science archive, and also SSRN, which, because earlier SSRN was there, but now it is being taken over by Elsewhere publisher. That's why some of the researchers who were in the open access environment, they started one more archive called social science archive. So here you find mostly the preprints, where SSRN you may also find the post-print also sometimes. And in case of chemical technology or chemistry, there is a chem archive. So wherein that you will find the chemistry related or chemical engineering related papers. And sites here, again, is a computer science and mathematics, all those kind of papers posted. ELIs, it is a library science field. Here you find post prints, basically, what has been researchers, they posted their papers there, which you can use it, try to retrieve the papers, what is available. This is an excellent source, but only the warning is that many times the peer review process has not undergone there. So sometimes you may feel that what is available may not be available, but usually it is up to the mark. But maybe during this pandemic era, people have complained, and a lot of studies have come on the internet saying that whatever the content is, many of them are not up to the mark. Quality is in question. So in a hurry to do the research, sometimes that happens. But otherwise, they are excellent sources. Even you as a researcher can host your preprint before publishing journal, because advantage here in the preprint is you can put up as many pages as you want, whereas in case of journal article it will be restricted to very limited information. This is one advantage with these preprint archives. And coming to the data, for example, if you are looking for a data, instead of trying to look for a Google or kind of, you can directly go to this data source. For example, you are looking for census data of India, you can straight away go to Census of India website, and you can get data up to the latest 2011 census. So you can go there, enter, and whatever this thing is there, our population up to state level, it's available free of cost. At district level, also to a certain states, it is available, whereas ward level data is not available. That one has to procure from the census office. But slowly they are archived, digitizing all of it. Maybe a day will come, so everything will be available. And in case you as a researcher, you want to deposit your data, For example, nowadays there has become a kind of a trend that any of the journal article will also contains the data what is being used for in order to come out of that paper. And they many times they suggest you to deposit data in particular digital data repository and then provide a link for it. So there's a fixed share, kind of it's a public database wherein that you can go there, you can post your data. There's also a drive in case of science and technology, you can go and deposit your data. And apart from that, in case if you're looking for like NSS data or University of Industries and some of the data which is emanating from ministries, which is available in ISR data portal, is the Indian Council for Social Science Research. And the data which is coming from Government of India, there is India data portal. Similarly, there are some states have also come up with their own data portals, like Maharashtra government has also some, but it's not exactly data portal, but nowadays they are also bringing out many of their reports in the digital format, which can be made available. Many times they also participate with India data portal. And IMF, United Nations, World Bank, they have come up with their own data portals wherein that you can find out what you're looking for. For example, I'm looking for literacy, I'm looking for population of different countries, and you can straight away go to the World Bank and you can look for data there. So you will get it. Also, you want to compare with multiple countries and for multiple time period, even that is possible. So only thing is you need to a bit of orientation, you have to orient yourself, or you have to take, you can take help of the librarian, or you can visit the other libraries where people know about it, then you will be able to retrieve in very simple. So there is also a Google data search tool, as I mentioned to you. This is a Google data search tool. So it does not have a direct search like patents google.com. It has data set search research.google.com. It's still under research. So, but it's a very good one where that you enter any data source. I'll give a demo of it. So at the end of my and coming to the deep web or invisible web, in the sense that this is a kind of a data which is not available on the internet. For example, your library catalog is not part of any of the internet search. You go and search for a book which is available in your library, will never be available on the book. So of course, if your library is part of WorldCat, may be available, but many of our Indian libraries are not part of it. Like similarly, there are Library of Congress, one of the world's biggest library. And there are indexes and abstract, as I mentioned, you PubMed, Technical Abstract Service like SciFinder, InSpec, ISID Index, content of which is available only limited to those databases. In that case, you will be referring to that. And also you should make use of the search filters, whatever is been available over there, accordingly you get to the results. And also there is ebook databases, which are all like eProquest, eBook Central, whatever ebook coming out on that platform available only there. So you can go to that platform and try to look for the sources. And coming to the open access resources, there are so many that are like here I have covered only the directories. Like in case if you are looking for a journal which is open access, or you plan to publish your article in an open access journal, so first and foremost you should go to the directory of open access journals, because they verify each and every open access journal and try to index it. Of course, now you need to be careful whether that journal is included in UGC care list, because anything whatever you publish should be ultimately be part of UGC care, then only that you will get a credit for it. Then directory of open access books, for example, the complete books are available from different publishers. You can go there and try to look for. And there are open access thesis and dissertation. See, this is like Shodhyatra. Shodhyatra is limited only to India, whereas OATD, thesis submitted to the different universities all over the world. You can search for it. This is a very excellent database. You should use it. I'll give a demo of it. Then there is an open dissertation. This is brought out by EBSCO. And here also you can find out the dissertations or thesis submitted to universities worldwide. Then Science Open is only open access articles in sciences. So you can find out. Shodhyatra I mentioned. And Unpaywall, as I mentioned earlier, we can find out from here open access articles. And coming to the blogs, of course, any blog posting, maybe you will get it from the Google also. But there is also a blog search engine separately in order to index only the blog post. There is a separate search engine called blogsearching.org. So here you can go and search for any of the blog posts on a particular topic. Then you will get all the posts done by different people or organizations at one place. So it's that way you will save a lot of your time. And in case of Twitter, for example, you are looking for a particular tweet on a particular subject, you can go and search from the Twitter search box. Then you will get all the tweets and the retweets made by different people. This is a very, because these this information also has become very, very important, because anything new in academic world or in the social world, anything coming new, which first appears in these kind of social media tools. So you have to we also keep track of what is happening over there. Coming to the course material, so where in that open courseware, I mentioned to you there are course material, like one of the best example is MIT open courseware. Here, what you will find, you will find the course material prepared by the faculty for the different courses taught in MIT. So it's an excellent example of how each of the institutions also can develop these kind of open course materials. And also all of you know that there are different massive open online courses available, platforms available. So I'm sure all of you are aware of it, because even now government UGC thinking that even credits for the courses, if anything taken on SWAYAM, is eligible for credits in your regular courses. Coursera is a commercial service provider. Of course, you can take a course, but if you want a certificate, then only you have to pay for it. Otherwise, you want just for the sake of learning something, you can always do that. There is one more platform called EDX, Future Learn. There are many more. For example, you want to make any searches for a different courses. There is a class central. There is a database. You go and enter the subject on which you would like to take a course. It will provide the complete results, which university and which platform a course is available. It will be very good source finding out the course material. So it is basically as per the need you can go through. And in case of slides, for example, you are preparing a presentation for any of your thesis presentation, or you are making a presentation in one of the sessions of a conference, or you are, so whatever it may be. So you can, if you want to know about what people have done on this, you want to know that, you can go to SlideShare and try to find out what presentation slides available. And there's Academic Earth, there's a site wherein that you can find out some academic videos of the courses. And there are various YouTube channels out there. YouTube is one of the best source for learning new things. For example, there is a Learn Engineering kind of site is there. There are different kind of channels available for example, learning economics, for example, crack economics, like that, something like that. So each area, there are channels available which we need to harness, and you can use it for your learning. For example, even you might be seeing that many of the students use them to learn something, for especially the technology, or especially learning about a software. And I think YouTube is the best source to learn. Even, for example, best example is nowadays cooking is become so easy because everything is available there. Many of the everyone try to explore something new, so you can go there and try to look for the menus or the recipes or how it's been undertaken. Coming to the tools, what I was mentioning to you is that there are different browser plugins or extensions available. One I mentioned was Google Scholar button, Lazy Scholar, which is very similar to Google Scholar button. There is one more, Coperneo. It is available for free and also available for premium. So it's called freemium. And there's Unpaywall. As I mentioned to earlier, Unpaywall also has an extension which you should have on your browser. And there is one more, this is called Scholarcy, which helps you in analyzing the papers. It's only available for Chrome browser. See, these are some of the buttons. One or two example I'll show you to you, so that will help you to know that how this tool works. So coming to the evaluation, I suggest you to undertake the CRAP test. What is this CRAP? There is a YouTube video, which is very simple, 2 minutes video is there. I've linked it there. I'll come to what is CRAP. CRAP stands for, C stands for currency, R for relevance, A for authority, A for accuracy, and P for purpose. So whenever you collect the information, these things you need to keep in mind, and after collecting it, you need to undertake the CRAP. So for example, currency means when this was posted, when it was published, revised or updated. Does your topic require current or it requires older? For example, in social sciences, older the literature, more classic is. But in case of sciences, it is the latest information which matters most. And relevance, for example, important of information, what you read. Does the information relate to your topic or answer your question? Who is intended audience and appropriately? What was the relevance? Who are the audience? Everything we can tell. Authority. Okay, who is the author, publisher, source, or a sponsor? What are the author's credentials? For example, once you know, okay, somebody is published from an ICT, okay, definitely it's going to be a good paper. So based on the credentials also, you can make out some judgment can be made. Is the author qualified to write on the topic? As I give an example of my example, writing something about chemical engineering. That's completely wrong. So what is the contact information? And accuracy, what is the reliability, truthfulness, and correctness of the content? Where it is coming from? What is the, okay, supported evidence? Is there any evidence here, whether supported by data, whether supported by a lab experiment? So those things you need to check it. Has the information been reviewed or referred? Okay, use a paper as published. I got a paper. Whether has it been reviewed? Okay, let me go to the journal website and find out what is the reviewing process, what is the refereed process. Does the language or tone seem to be unbiased and free of emotion? Okay, how is the language? Whether is it a language, okay, scholarly language we use, or what is the tone? Whether is any bias in there? So that you need to check up. And lastly, you need to check up the purpose, the reason why this information exists. What is the purpose of bringing out this paper? To inform or teach, to sell, to entertain, or to persuade. Okay, does the point of view appear objective and impartial? Are there political, religious, or institutional personal biases? So this is a craft test. Looking at all, based on all the craft test, you will definitely able to become a better researcher or a better search. So you will be applying a better search strategy in locating the information from various sources. For example, there's one more how to spot fake news. This is from our association, IFLA, International Federation of Library Association and Institutions. It gives consider the source, read beyond, check your author, supporting, similar to that craft test only. But wordings are different, and also it suggests you to ask the experts in case any biases you find that. This is how to spot a fake news, which is rampant nowadays. Just to conclude, so be clear of what you are looking for and where it can be found. A source. Search for information from sources is a continuous process. Okay, and accordingly, your continuous process and strategy needs to be adopted and changed as per the need and type of source of information. Because what happens, what I was using some time back, for example, my earlier days. So what if I use the same thing? I'll not be able to get the results. Okay, and also the technology changes accordingly. For example, earlier most of us used to only use the desktop to look for information, but now we mostly use our mobile devices, or basically mobile smartphone. So this accordingly changes, and many times now we don't depend on the websites. We depend on the apps, mobile apps, to look for anything, which is because it's very quick. So, and use of smart tools ensures the quick retrieval of information and saves valuable time. So there's the smart tools which are available. One you should make use of it in order to retrieve the information. And at the last, evaluation of information is must, which ensures you to check authenticity of information. If you don't do evaluation at the craft test, excuse me, can you please mute yourself, Dr. Sanjay? So evaluation information is must, which ensures that you to check the authenticity of information. So with this, I conclude, and I would like to demonstrate some of the sites which I was mentioning to. Madhavi, I hope I have some more time.
Sir, yeah, little bit in another 2-3 minutes because we then can take some 2-3 questions.
Yeah. Second session starting at 3:30.
No, 3:50, 3:20, sir, actually.
Okay, fine. I'll just quickly go. Okay, this is a Google Scholar. For example, if I want to go to IGIDR, one is that I just enter IGIDR. Okay, then go to IGIDR. Then this is the way we do it basically. If I enter IGIDR, okay, it comes there. But instead of doing that, I select I am feeling lucky. Okay, it will immediately redirect me to the IGIDR website. Of course, it is some thing is happening. So otherwise, I'll get a IGIDR website over here. So Google, I was telling about, for example, investment. Okay, I'm searching for it, so I'll get so many results. Here, if, for example, if I restrict it to file type, for example, file type PDF, if I say, so results will minimize. Here you will get only the PDF documents. So you can see the results. You will get like that. You can restrict yourself. And I'll come back to, if you want to do the advanced search, and you have to go to the settings, and from settings page you can click advanced search. So you have the advanced search options available. You can restrict to the domain, range, or the phrase search you want to do it. You can always do from there. For example, I was talking about lens.
Madam Gilligan?
Okay, this is a lens website. Okay, for example, I was telling about, for example, let me blood cancer, for example. Somebody looking for the content from blood cancer. Okay, it provides okay, see here. So it provides, and also affiliation, it provides graph. For example, I was talking about author profiles. For example, here is the author. If I click here, it provides the complete profile of author and his or her H index and how many citations, how many publications have appeared. So you look for it, it's taking some time. So here, see, everything is coming over here. So that way, even author profiles are by default, they are available. Even if author is available, so it asks you whether are you the same person, you can link it up. And also if you have RCID ID, you can link with your RCID ID also. That way it is helping. For example, this is a Google data set search. For example, I'm looking at something on, say that COVID. So any data set which is available on the community, it will provide you. For example, see here, these are different data sets which are available. It is asking me to go to the website. For example, I entered very kind of a generic kind of a, for example, population India I entered. So see here, it's showing some sources. Statista, there is a source which has been indexed by it. Of course, it is a commercial service, but some of it is available in public domain, so that can be searched. So I think with this, I'll end that because there's not much time. I request all of you to explore the sources, what has been mentioned to me. Then if any of your questions are there, I will be very happy to take it. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, sir. We'll take up just few questions because of paucity of time. So though we have received many questions, I'll just stick to another two or three maybe. So one of it is that are there any online resources, databases, repositories in regional languages that are available for graduate and undergraduate level courses?
Yeah, it is as of now not many. For example, only there are very few. Like one example is EPG Patashala. I think to some extent it covers the regional language material there, but I think it the level of this thing is maybe PG there. So because as the name suggests, but I have not come across any of that kind of sites other than that. Of course, to some content which is available in the kind of Google, if you restrict yourself to particular regional language, you may get some results, but then there's a Google has an option to restrict results to Marathi language. So if you do that, then there are options available. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Sir. Another question is that also, do you suggest Google Scholar for citations? As I have always found difference in citation numbers in Scopus and Google Scholar.
Yeah, it is because what happens, Google Scholar is a kind of open kind of database. What happens, it many times gives citation for multiple versions of the same document. For example, there is a preprint which is already indexed by Google Scholar, and also you have a final paper which is published in a journal as a journal article. Then what it does, it provides citation for both. Okay, in that case, your citation count will be much higher. That's why many times we get the other way around arguments from some of the people saying that no, I want to give only Google Scholar. I don't want to give the Scopus because Scopus gives me less citations. And also, second thing is Google Scholar provides citation for many types of documents, not only the scholarly content. Whereas Scopus restricts because it restricts only to the selected journals and it restricts itself to the selected type of documents. That is the reason always the citations count which is coming from Web of Science or Scopus will be limited. And other thing is the Google Scholar kind of citations are never recognized by UGC so far. UGC or any accreditation, not only in India, even abroad also. But having said that, but still it is a very good source to know freely at no cost, okay, how many citations you have got it. So that is the reason even in IRNS, what they have done, apart from the citations, what is provided from kind of sources, they also provide in the Google Scholar citations there. so that it is left to the individuals to decide on which one they want to take.
Thank you. One more last question I'll take. There are websites called citethisforme.com. So the participant wants to know how reliable it is.
What is that? Scientist?
Cite this for me. I think reference tool, reference manager.
Maybe. See, I think maybe there are many tools available like that, but I suggest you to go through some of the popular ones. Like in case of reference management, you use Jotaro or Mendeley, and which are very authenticated and many people are using all over the world. I think I suggest you to use rather than going to any of the other sites which are available. Maybe good, but I have not explored this source. I never heard of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Though there are many questions, we may possibly send it to you through email and then we can reply to the participants.
Yeah, sure. This is possible. I'll be very happy. Even as a participant, if anybody wants to know something about, they can always write to me. So
Yes.
my email address anyway available on iGeometry website and also is there on the PPT. So if anybody is interested and want to know more about any particular thing, so I'll be very happy to take. But only don't expect me to provide result to reply quickly. I may take some time to get back to you. So other than that, definitely I'll be very happy to answer any of that. Thank you very much.
So we thank you very much, sir, for an extremely systematic presentation. I think it is now clear to participants how do they actually conduct a structured search, how do one strategize their search process and thus arrive at the relevant and precise information that one is looking for. Simple tips like domain name understanding or browser extensions, advanced search tricks, credentials or affiliations of the authors were quite helpful. The various search engines, institutional repository, data repositories were covered exhaustively. Touching upon the open courseware, SlideShare and YouTube as learning platforms was well covered, and a systematic approach can lead to correct information and save the time of the researcher. So for authenticity, how do one evaluate the information? I think it gave a lot of clarity to the participants when trying to search authentic information. So the session was extremely helpful, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you to Meghana. Thank you to you for inviting me to share some of my experience with the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So our second session for today is on review of literature. Every scientific research builds on existing knowledge, and hence literature review forms a very important part of all the scientific research. The literature review should not be limited to a summary or overview of key accounts or key sources. The purpose of the review is to analyze critically a segment of published body of knowledge through summary, classification, comparison of prior research studies. But doing this is not simple as it is said. It's quite a complex task. So today we have Dr. Medha Joshi with us, who will take us through this entire process. I would now take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Medha Joshi. Dr. Medha Joshi is currently an independent consultant for information services and bioethics at the National Cancer Grid Tata Memorial Hospital. She holds a master's degree and a PhD in library and information science, and also has a PG diploma in bioethics. Formerly, she was the head of the Department of Library Science at Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, and has successfully headed 3 major libraries of major institutes. She specializes in biomedical hospital and clinical librarianship. She's a member of ICMR Research Ethics Committee and a member on several institutional ethics committees in Mumbai. Madam has also been a recipient of several awards during her career, some of the important and prominent ones being the Outstanding International Surveyor Award from the Forum of Ethical Reviews Committee in Asian and Western Pacific region of FERCAP, a WHO initiative in bioethics and assist for international professional assay. We welcome you, ma'am, today for this session. Over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you and very good evening to everyone. And I'm really going to talk on a topic which is very, very dry. And maybe through my talk, somewhere down the line, it could be a little drain on you. But we need to stick through because we will be doing this activity throughout our career. And it's one of the most important activity. Dr. Pujar has very well introduced you to information search and strategies and different resources where you need to throw your hands on and pick up information that is most relevant to your work or to your question. So I'm not going to touch on that because that's something. I will also not touch on searching methodology because that is very database specific, that is domain knowledge dependent, and it is a skill of looking at. So building search strategy is a completely different area, but it is an immensely important part of literature review because a review is only done when you search well. So searching is the first step to do a good review. And this is a skill which we will have to pick up at some other time. But literature review essentially means collecting information, analyzing it, writing it. So until writing, it's something that is very, very important. We are very good at collecting information. We are very bad at looking at it very thoughtfully, critically, and jotting it down. So that is a skill in its place. And as per your domain, it will vary. So there will be some points for somebody, some points for some another group of domain groups. So that's how we will be picking up. And I'll have a couple of slides, but I will more stress on examples which I have either copied on my slides, or if time permits, maybe I'll take you through some of the chapters of the theses and some few articles which I felt were relevant and one should look at. Since I understand there is a mixed group of audience here from different domains, I'm going to keep it very, very subtle and a very lucid talk, but I don't want to focus on one particular domain. So I now share my screen. Just somebody let me know, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Great. So this is what we're going to do. So conducting a literature review and writing it are two very important aspects. Whether you write for a research article, whether you write a review, whether you write a systematic review, or you write your academic research, you need to do a very thorough literature survey. And once you have done the survey, you need to present it and write it. So that's a review. So it's actually about this, and that's why we're going to look at this. So this is a very important a quote that I have accessed from the Auxiliaries essays. And it says, in a literature review, you are aiming to summarize, provide critical analysis of the research arguments you have read or you have found in your readings without making any new contribution to it. So this is why it is a review. You take an overview of what you have read. You put it into an essay format. So that is what is a review according to these. So what this being the basis. So what will we cover today? We'll look at searching, which I'm going to skip, not going to look at it very deeply, but I'll give you some elements which will take you through. Collating is very important in literature review. Reading and noting, because just reading doesn't help. My documentation and my noting has to be a very effective thing, and that's what we will look at. Everyone to his own way of doing it, but we need to do it. What are the doings that in current developments we look at? Sometimes we write short reviews and then the current developments have a different perceptions to us. But when we write a very good review, maybe for a thesis or maybe a standalone review, then the current developments will have a different perception. So we need to look at. Writing, of course, is important, and we'll end with tips to remember. So actually searching relevant information is very, very important. Having searched that, evaluating them, identifying the themes, the debates, the gaps when we are reading. So that's what we need to jot down. Outlining my way of presentation of what I have read. I need to tell somebody, or when I write, there will be people who will be reading it, and I need to tell them that what actually it is. What is this universe that I'm talking about, and where do I stand today as of from the published literature, because that's the evidence of work having been done, and then we write it accordingly. So this is how we're going to look at it. So the purpose is to give an overview to the reader. Always remember, a literature review is first for me as a researcher, because I want to know what has happened in my domain of research question and what is there, where do I stand. So, and from where I'm going to take it ahead. I need to do a review. But when I start writing, I must remember that I'm writing it for somebody who will read this review, who will read my addition to this research, and then will take it further ahead. I do this because somebody needs to take my research ahead. So this is what is going to happen, and that's why we need to look at an overview of what has already happened in the domain of my question. We have to look at very comprehensively, and I have to discuss the observations that are made in these research, where I will also not look into this, but I will say what the presenter has done and what I think it is today because of today's situation. So this is how I will look at literature review. It's just not reading and writing or summarizing and finishing off. Review is what I'm taking it from what I have read. How am I associating it with what is there today? How am I associating it with my research question? And when my research question is resolved and I have a solution, how this stand takes me further in my solution. Now, this is what is literature review is. So it is a pillar, and on this pillar stands my research. So it's very, very important, and I cannot miss it. And I should not be doing it something very lightheartedly. It is a very serious matter. So it's a review which describes actually in which direction my research will go and what outcome is possibly possible. So this is why it is always a direction based. I may take it completely in a different direction because my school of thought is different, but I provide evidence for that. But that evidence is based on what already has been done. And that is why it is important to do a literature review, because I will direct not only myself for my own research, but also to the reader who reads my research as to where am I going to take him? Where is it leading to? What is the solution that is coming through? So it's an important cycle in a research, and we must look at it, read it, understand it, interpret it, and present it along with our own results. So I have a backing. It kind of gives a solidification or an authenticity to what I've done because it is based on some observations. That is why it is there. So why do I do it? Because I need to look at the outline of the research domain. I need to show the familiarity of my understanding and the context of the research that I'm doing. I must access, understand, look at the strengths of the research that have been done till now. What are the different school of thoughts? What are the weaknesses? And what are perhaps the reasons for this? So I need to evaluate this all the time. I just cannot read and say this is a weakness, this is not done, this is incomplete. No, there are reasons for that to happen, and we need to look at that. So I need to develop a framework and a methodology to take my research further based on what I have read. Relationship in my research is also very important. I just cannot out of the blue and stand say I did this research and this date is based on. So how it is related to what is happening now, what has happened in the previous field, or what are my peers working on the same field? Is it related? Relatedness in research is very, very important, and a literature review will show me the relatedness. Therefore, I will look at it. I will also show that there are certain gaps which were not addressed, gaps because they were incompletely addressed, or gaps because they were not identified that there is an issue here and which needs to be looked at and answered. So I need to understand this. That's also why this is. So a literature survey on a small idea on your mind, and if you conduct a literature survey, will perhaps lead you to a research question which is based on some evidence that has already been reported in literature. That's how we do. So it is also pointer that once I do my research, I will point out to my conclusions that these were my limitations. I could not address this due to paucity of time or constraint of budget or human resources or whatever it is. And therefore, these areas need to be researched upon. So I give directions as to where more can be done. Or my findings show that these are the issues which are not addressed or not looked, because it comes as a secondary hypothesis or secondary outcome of my research, and it also shows me a direction of future research. That's why a literature review becomes important. So when are my needs? When I say information should be searched, then I have two kinds of needs. One, when I want to look at the background information, that what already has happened, what are the facts, what are the formulas, what are the analyses, what are the different methodologies already established, what are these things, and I have a time formats to that. I need to find out when it was done or who had done it, and then to go back kind of a scientific history or research history. I'm going to look at lot of comprehensive information where there is a lot of information that I'm looking at. So I need huge information to complete that, to begin my introduction or understand the domain of my research. Okay, and there are foreground information. So this is what I will call as a recall. When I want large information, it's recall. So this forms the basis of my literature searching for my literature review. And the foreground information is where I have now, based on background, I have identified a query. Now I need to look at in depth what this query is been handled by, how many people, what have they found, what are the different school of thoughts, whether there are any debates on this, and what are the areas or nuances which are creaks, and I need to fill them up by my research. So in-depth information, that's where I will look for scholarly information. That means what is recently being done on that. So I'm looking obviously at research articles, journal articles, or in medicine, it could be clinical trials, randomized trials, all kinds of studies. So research publication, analyzed information, synthesized information. So I will look at journals and scientific reports and all those things where I'm looking at precision. I have a question, do I have an answer strict to that? So there are these two things which are need, and they will be interchanging whenever I change my research questions or whenever I have a problem on my table which I need to go back. This is a reiterative process. I cannot do my literature survey and say, oh, I've done it. I need to continuously keep visiting these, and therefore when I use my search strategies, I identify my keywords, I identify my appropriate databases, I need to keep on revisiting them. So what all I do should be noted and preserved for future use. Now, these are different types of resources which I'm not going to talk much about. The primary ones, which are the recent publications, so journal articles, kind of, that's what we are looking at, or reviews, or short reviews, policy matters, comments. These are something that I will look at. Secondary is something that will pointer to what is available in this field, what has been published in this field. So abstracting indexing services or indexing tools that I'm looking at. So this is what I'm doing. Tertiary literature is something that has already been published 2 years, 3 years ago, has been established. People follow it. So they are books. So this is what we are looking at. So what actually happens is when I search, I must use appropriate sources. I must select appropriate. What is my question? Am I looking at facts that I should go to a factual database? I should go to census. If I'm looking at the samples or the type of people in a particular region, I must go to census. Or population studies, I need to go to census. But if I'm looking at some kind of a disease and I want to look at the statistics, how many diseased people, how many cured people, for example, COVID data, then I need to go to the Health Intelligence Bureau of Government of India to see what country is doing, or maybe WHO to see worldwide how the situation is in terms of numbers. So there are numbers. Factuals have to be there. So I need to use different kind of resources, and that is why I must select my resource. I may be selecting all kinds of resources from all these three types while I do a literature survey. So this is very important for us to understand, and this is, I'll just skip on this. Once I have selected, now starts a literature review. Actually, once I have selected, so when I search, I need to identify 2-3 things. One, what is the question that I'm searching for? Information I'm searching for. What are the different keywords that best can describe the search, the query that I have on my mind? What are the different databases which have focuses on these areas? For example, if I'm looking at medical librarianship, I have to go to a library science app, but even I will find some articles in medical library journals which are indexed in PubMed. So I should search both the databases, the medical database as well as the library science database. So if you're looking at some biological material, maybe I can look at biological sciences. I may also look at chemical abstracts because some of the biology has a connection with biochemistry, then maybe chemical abstracts. If I'm looking at plants and pharmaceuticals, maybe the aromatic plants abstracts and pharmaceutical abstracts or international pharmaceutical abstracts and the different resources that will be associated. So my question decides the domain. The domain decides the research question, and the research question decides what are the different resources that I'll be searching for. Once I've selected, now when I search, I must also see what are my limitations. Am I going to look for past 10 years, 5 years, 20 years? So this period has to be also defined. That's how I'm going to search. There will be a lot of contours to one particular question. I may eliminate few, I may retain some. So that also falls into my search strategies, and that I have to save so that I remember this is the way I have built up search and I need to work upon that. So this, once I have done this and I've selected all the articles or the material that I need to do, I need to collate. What I find it, I make heaps, journal articles, books, information, statistical information, maybe. But then all these are connected. They don't stand independently. They have connections, they have interrelationship. Now, according to that, I should relate it here. How am I going to place it? What is related to what, and how do I group it? Once I group it and then I read these in these group formats, I understand the situation or the gamut of these grouping much better, and maybe I present that much better in my review. So I need to understand what are the trends and patterns in method, in type of theories, schools of thoughts, methodologies, and the outcome of these results. I must look at what are the themes. One particular question may have different themes. We often find that there are students from one particular department, so there is a major question and every sub-theme is given to one student to work upon it, but they are connected. So same can happen in your research also. When you survey, you will get literature which is of this kind. So you need to find out what are the themes. Each theme is a different question or a different parameter of the same question. We need to look at that. It may reoccur in literature, so club them together. There will be debates, there will be conflicts, there will be contraindications. All these need to be identified and looked at because they will decide your methodology and your inclusion exclusion criteria in your own research. There are what are important publications, keep them aside because you'll be referring all every day. They are called as the Bibles. There are certain Bible books in your domain. You will have certain documents or certain articles which you will not be able to do that. Often when you do research, there will be few articles which you will continuously refer to because those articles or those research have been done in a very holistic manner. Several aspects have been considered and all aspects have been placed before you. What were their findings? And you would want to revert back to them because of their presentations, because of the perceptions that have come from, because of the outcomes that they're showing, or because it generates different school of thoughts. So this is why, for example, there is a school of thought about when the research process happens, literature search starts, what is the emotional movement of that researcher. And this was, I forget the author's name. It's a very important and very interesting article. So if ever you are wanting to search on the search behavior, you would want to go back and refer that article n number of times throughout your thesis because that's something very holistically done. And they've given different phrases that you start when you're confused, then you understand, then you become frustrated, and all these emotional phases of your information search. It's a very interesting article. If ever any of the library science students want to read, should read it because searching is going to be a very important aspect no matter how much digitization we do. So this is something that you would want to see, the different school of thoughts, the different methods that they place. So this is why I need to look at important publications. That all these three together will tell me what are the gaps. These gaps will be, so this will tell me how my results is appropriately sitting on this bench because the all related aspects are supporting my question and will allow me to conduct a doable research. Now that is what we will look at, and therefore the contribution of existing knowledge will be more helpful for the future people. Readings and notings. Now while I'm reading, I must note down. I may have my own ways of noting. So it is not that I read and afterwards I'll make notes. No, while you're reading, make a note. Do not make notes in the margins. You may highlight, but if you make in the margins, you will be difficult for you to retrace them back when you are sitting and writing your document. So make a different thing. You can have a 5x3 card. You can have your notebooks. You can make an Excel sheet, or there are some mapping softwares that are available, which are of late. I have seen one of them, which was very interesting. You could put on the document there and mark your things, and all the comments that you make in the margins can be collated later and they can be searched. So these are some of the softwares you can use, but they are very, very not so easy to use. At least I found them difficult. So I have given up. I do an Excel sheet and I put all details of the reading. So what details do I put on the Excel sheet on my notebook is the source. So complete detail of the source, the objective or hypothesis of the study, the methodology that they have used, and what is the outcome. And at the end, I make a column of keywords which are very, very relevant to my study. And if they're associated with the same study, that means it is very, very important to me. So the author keywords and my own keywords should match. And that tells me that this is my top priority article, which I should be looking at in details. So reading is a skill, noting down what you have read and the comments that are important, because it's your research and you understand it better than anybody else. So what you should note down into your remarks column becomes very important, because that's what you're going to pull out when you start to write down. So taking notes in a very incorporated manner is very important. Keeping track. So when you make these method, each one to his own, you will find that you will be able to easily track or use some citation managers. But in citation managers also, what comments you would want to add is very difficult. You don't do that. You will have to separately do it. So that is something we need to look at. Innovate your own method of keeping notes. But notes is a must. As you read, start writing. You will never be able to identify that one particular sentence in an article which was so relevant and you want to incorporate that right now when you're writing. It will not be possible. So it's always noting and keeping the notes handy wherever you go. Just carry it, because you don't know when you're doing a research, you find so many things falling on you from all corners. Wherever you go, you find something that is useful. And if you say that you will look at it later, it never happens. So it's better you carry a notebook and you can just make it. So now with your mobile, you can have an Excel sheet and start adding on there itself. It helps. What are the current development that I look? There are different types that we are looking at. So there is emphasis on domain universe. So what is my domain right now? What is that is happening just now? Example, if you're talking of COVID, then people will think of remdesivir. Somebody are saying useful, somebody are not saying useful. I just received a query from some different states saying that they want some information searched on this. Because now the whole things are, every day there are new changes and new questions are raising up with the same type of subjects, that is the COVID disease and the treatment drug. So these are current developments. Specifically for a research question, so what is my research question and what to me is a current development, that is definable, and that I should define upfront when I start with the question. Follow your peers. You will automatically come to know when you have read few that there will be certain people who continuously work on that and publish in that. They are your peers. So start following them on ResearchGate, on academy.u, on Twitter, wherever. On their blogs, if they're writing their blogs, or their institutional websites. So you can look at that. Stay updated on this. And this, all these things have to be documented somewhere. You know, when you read this, I've often found it with my students that when they read, they come up with certain questions and then we discuss, and then it is just like that. So I made a practice to these students that they jot it down somewhere in front of me, whatever we discuss, so that these discussions, these outcomes, the articles that you refer during these discussions are taken care of when you start writing. But otherwise, you just lose out on that, and that thought never comes back. And it could be a very important thought while your discussions happen in your literature review as well. So this is very important. Noting down what you discuss as well is important. So writing and reporting becomes a plan. So what you read, summarize and synthesize. We'll see that. Analyze and interpret. So when I interpret, this is what it means. So perhaps the reasons for these type of outcomes of this research was maybe this, maybe this, maybe this. So there will be different reasoning. And I can reason that because I've read a lot of things beyond that article, after that article has been published. So I can relate these things. So these are interpretations. I evaluate them in the terms of its utility, non-utility, understanding, incompleteness. So this is my evaluation of that, and I need to present it when I write. I write in cohesive paragraphs, very clarity. So there are 4 C's which we will look at. We will cite everything because we do not want to get into a situation of plagiarism. So that's very important when you write, and we list all the cited references at the end. So that's how the process goes forward. So when I look at summarizing and synthesizing is not just writing kind of an essay, putting essence together and forgetting about it from various sources. No, it means writing it down, say what the authors mean by this and what you think, because you are now out of the well, you're looking at an overview, you can relate 10 different more articles which were published along with that particular article at that time by different people or later than that, and therefore how does it impact to each other, whether it makes sense or does it give you a different reasoning for this. So that is where you need to put it. So putting ideas together, findings from multiple sources, and to make an overall point that this is the situation today, the scenario is this, that is what we do. Showing the reader where the sources overlap and where they differ or diverge from one another. This is also something that summary should be able to tell us. So when I write and I'm summarizing the resources that I'm reading, then I need to see that these 2 points, the one which I have put it on bold, are satisfied while I'm writing. Synthesis is a fusion of different things, of different thoughts, and blending together to make some different perceptions with a completely new idea coming out of it. So it's a range of different sources brought together, summarized well, but they are blended in such a way that it can give me different school of thoughts and different understanding of the same research topic that have been handled by the different sources. So that is what I need to do. And wherever possible, I need to voice myself. I just cannot write a summary like I would write an essay in a school and just leave it at that. What do I think about it? Is my understanding of it can add some more value to what has already been published? Then I need to put that, because that will show the relatedness towards the futuristic research. So writing reviews is not about summarizing what 10 people have said, but what I think about that. And how do I perceive those 10 school of thoughts or similar school of thoughts by 10 people in today's times with today's avenue of research that are happening? That is what summarizing and synthesis is. So what's so important? It's just not repeating what people have already written, but I think about it creatively. I understand the modern paths that can come out of it and add my perceptions to that, because my perceptions are based on my experience and that I have read so extensively in the same domain with the same research topic. So that is where I do that. So what do we think? A reader reads. I can read all the article. Why do I read? I read because I want to understand, having read what you have said, what 10 people have already published or 20 people have published, what is that you think about it? Because you are an expert and you're going to give me that extra edge on that whole overview. So that is what a user or a reviewer, when they review your thesis, or a reader, when they read your article, they try to understand what is that you think about it. So that is where we need to have, and we need to put our thoughts into possible. It has to be deep rooted. So synthesis is going to get there. So what do I say? Effectiveness is very essential. It has to be very effective because it should impart more understanding, more knowledge to my reader by also adding value of my own perceptions and understanding of the topic based on the related articles that I've read. So select relevant information, categorize it, group it, and blend it. So what is a good synthesis? When I say I have a relevant topic, I have compared it, I've contrasted it with different theories, and I've understood why they differ and why this difference is going to be there, or why they do not differ because there is something new come up in the same area. I'm opening up, giving my opinion, I'm understanding things, and I am justifying my opinion from what I have read. I'm using other people's ideas to create more research questions, more new ideas that can be addressed as a futuristic research. Moreover, I'm writing it in my own words, what I have understood. I should paraphrase well. If I don't paraphrase well, I will plagiarize the document. So need to do everything that a literature review you write should be in your own words. I cannot pick up a paragraph from a particular article and copy paste it and say this is what was said, then I put another one, then I put another one. If I do that, I have seen so many literature reviewing theses in this format. They are not research reviews, but they are annotated bibliographies. And we are not looking at bibliographies. I can create that my own. Do I need a researcher for that? A researcher should connect these dots and then add your own value to these dots to make them more better, more clarity, more understandable, and more doable for futuristic research. So merging perspectives is very important in a synthesis. So just not summarizing one source after the another. That is not synthesis or summarizing or writing review. So summarize in a coherent format, relatedness, understanding, clarity. Analyze and interpret why this is it applicable, it is good, is it redundant now, as some new things have come up. That is analysis. Adding value is by analyzing, you add value. By adding your own thoughts to the analysis and your own reasons based on the research that you have done on literature, then you have added value. That is what is required in a literature review. Discuss significant findings. Everything that you read should not be interpreted. There is no need. I may read 100, but you see, every chapter of my article may not have more than 30 articles cited. What is relevant, I'm going to cite. I have read a lot of articles in that domain because I want to know what is the core, I want to know what is the periphery, and I'm going to put them together because the periphery makes me better and gives me better understanding of the core. They are all related. Nothing is independent in research. We all know that. And therefore, this is important. Discuss significant findings. Critically evaluate what is the strength, what is the weakness, why is this weakness? Maybe one parameter was not controlled. Maybe there were too many parameters giving the data outcome very weak or too loose to combat or to analyze something. It could be something. So you could mention that in your research that this is perhaps because I found the data collected was like this or whatever it is. So this reasoning. So this is what you give a thought when somebody reads. So that thoughts have to come right into well-structured paragraph showing relationships. Always I tell my students, there is one paragraph, there's another paragraph, they don't have any relationship between them. No, the thoughts that you write should flow very easily. The research should read like a book and not like gaps, some blocks put here and there put together. When they are put together with an adhesive, only then a wall will be created. But I just put bricks on bricks without any adhesives, then they are not going to give me any meaning, nor there will be a good wall. It will fall down. So there is no relatedness, there is no relationship, then it will not be a good result because I will not know from what thought I move to another thought. The reader will be at a loss to understand this. So there are 4 C's which we need to remember all the while when we are searching as well as when we are writing: clarity, connectivity, comparisons, and contrasts. There are comparisons. You can compare 2 good things. You can compare 1 correct thing, 1 bad thing. You can compare 2 areas which were negative results, but they are there and they give you some knowledge. Or they are 2 different things, but they stand correct in their own way because they have a different methodology, different standard, different research areas, though the question may be same. So that is also possible. So this is why we need to do that. And all these should be appropriately used using linking words and phrases which are correct. Do not use literary language in any kind of research. When you do research, it has a scientific method and it should not be based on literary language because that loses the charm and it loses the essence of working with it. What are the essential things or the elements of literature review is introduction, body, and conclusion. Introduction, I built up a case. Why am I doing this literature review? Why does it important for me to do this? Body is whatever I have read, either I put it as a particular way, maybe chronologically, maybe thematically, maybe conceptually. Whatever way I feel the domain requires me to do, it will be more domain specific than what I understand about it. And conclusions of the literature review, what is that I'm concluding out of it? And does it lead to the question that I'm raising for my own research? That's where the conclusion should end for this. So chronologically, but it has its limitations. You have to use it with caution because there will be certain instances which will be not very coherent to your work or maybe outside your domain. So you have to be careful about that. You do this when you want to report a particular kind of thing. Supposing after 2 years, one would want to write a review on COVID literature, then yes, going by chronology will give me a better understanding, which will tell me how research has progressed with time and why it was so. Because one point we knew nothing about it, then we slowly understood, then we saw the magnanimity of the disease, We saw how difficult it was to handle. Then we saw the different types of diagnosis. We also saw the different types of symptoms that were giving, and different people, different symptoms, and how it was happening with morbid people, how comorbidity factor peoples, and some people who were young, some people who were children, and how they are showing different symptoms other than the COVID, even after they came out of the COVID disease. So this is when you do after a few years, you would want to write probably chronologically, because it will trace the complete scientific history of COVID literature, and by that, the development in COVID research and its applications and its resolutions or solutions to that disease. So this is what it is. So it's what the topic or the domain will decide what I want to do, what format I want to check. But there are there. Thematically is by trend, by approaches, by gaps, by debates, whatever. There are so many ways you can do it. So when focusing is very easy when you do thematic, because you've decided this is the theme I'm going to talk and you're going to focus on that. Coherent ways is to group sources based on arguments they make. Somebody is with for, somebody is not for. So this is what it is. It's a dynamic. It will keep on changing because debates don't end. They go on. And this is therefore it becomes very little difficult to write in a coherent way for such type of things. And then to add your opinion to it also becomes difficult, because you want to make a very balanced opinion on this, and you have to be very, very expert and well read on these topics and well read on these domains. And when you decide on a particular for or against it, you have your own justifications and reasoning for this based on the readings and based on our own experiences. So this is what becomes difficult for you. So methodological approaches are there. You decide on a topic and you study from different qualitative and quantitative perspectives. So your method, you decide how you would want to look at it. In a scientific literature, perhaps it will little differ, because science, or especially healthcare, the research is usually clinical trials. And when you do clinical trials, there are different forms of clinical trials, and you would want to focus on a particular style, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, or just clinical trials, or cohort studies, or field studies, or clinical and qualitative studies mixed with behavioral studies mixed together. So there are different things. Their methodologies are very, very complicated, and there are a lot of blindings and randomizations into these types of methods. So it takes a lot of time, but you can, in scientific literature, especially in healthcare, this can be another criteria of teaming up. You specifically do this when you do systematic reviews. So we'll look at it a little later. We'll just move on to the next. Descriptive or mapping reviews. So there are different reviews on a topic. You just map to them and try to write on something on that. That will basically be on the methodologies and the findings of those reviews. For example, I would want to look at a particular period like this, characterize publication trends in medical informatics literature for 20 years. And I define the period from 87 to 2006. So if this is something I'm doing, I have a method. I have described what I'm doing and I'm going to follow that method. I have a design. In my title itself, it will say the topic, it says the trend, it's what I'm looking for that topic, the publication trends, and what I'm going to do. The period is defined. So it's very, very methodological. So I'm going to look at such type of research. When I do a standalone research, there are a lot of reviews happening, and some are short reviews for 2 years, 5 years, depending upon domain. Again, these reviews depend upon domain. And then this domain, when you do these reviews, they are subject reviews. For example, if you see annual reviews of biochemistry, that is a manual. That's a volume. Every year it comes as an annual publication, and it will publish reviews only on a different topics. And most of the time, every volume is dedicated to one particular subject in biochemistry, which will help. There will be so many such other things. There are surgery volumes. There are so many reviews. There are diagnostic reviews. So you can have all those things. There are so many annual reviews of library and information science. There are reviews on that also. They are standalone articles. Here you will find that huge number of articles are cited here. So it can go into 2 to 3 pages of cited references, because you take for a longer period. So it is usually 15 to 10 years, and that is too long a period for a huge review. So you have to do a lot of things, and therefore sometimes you decided, you make a narration of what was happening and start citing them, or you make very systematic reviews. So that means you have a very strict criteria of picking up reviews, some written by this country, from this country, so many sample size, this is the question, this should be the outcome, this was the method. And I will pick up only those kind of studies together and reevaluate them by putting their data together and reanalyzing them. That is systematic review. So there is a very strict methodology for systematic review, but you will not find such a thing in narrative thing. So they are different things. But all over and all, this is broader in scope, presents and analyzes relevant text to a larger entity. A big theory can be established from this. So it is like lung cancer and interstitial lung disease literature review. Everything into that, diagnosis to treatment, follow-up, everything comes into it. So it's a very huge thing. The period they will define in that research method what is that period, but it is usually 10 to 15 years. So this is how it becomes standalone. So narrative is traditional. Anything that we write in our thesis is a narrative. Qualitative present interpretation happens. There's a very big background for that. Does not seek very generalized communicative knowledge. So you just put it into a nutshell that this is. But it will ignore certain things also, because there is no basis of selecting literature for this. So that is a very subjective. There is no inclusion criteria into this. Like in systematic reviews, there will be inclusion criteria. I will read this article and include it into my review. I will not include this because it doesn't satisfy these 5-10 criteria that I have laid for myself. So selection becomes very important in systematic reviews. It's not so in narrative. So that is why it becomes a different thing. Most of our theses are narrative. Introduction, there are few which are selective but not as strict as systematic review. So there are main themes, body with theme and sub-themes. Then there is conclusion, which will vary between different kind of review subjects that you do or the questions that you raise. And it establishes avenues for future research. So this is the conclusions will have all this, the hypothesis and discrepancies. So systematic reviews is something can happen qualitatively and quantitatively. When you do quantitative, you have selected articles for review, you collect those data, and you subject that raw data again to meta-analysis. So statistical method and what the outcome may be different from what independently those articles which have said. This is very, very important in medicine, because this is where we say it is evidence. And if there is a systematic review on a particular question, most of the people will follow that line for treating their patients or diagnosing diseases for their patients or taking holistic care of the patient. So they are called as evidence-based information or medicine. There is also qualitative research happening in medicine. And then what we do is you do meta-synthesis of this qualitative data, because there is no numbers. In quantitative, there are numbers, sample size, these are the parameters, these were the numbers, these were the normal readings, all those things that you collect is happening there. But in this, there will be, so you do a meta-synthesis when you do a qualitative study, but when you have a quantitative study, you do a randomized meta-analysis for the data. So the effect for this example, like effect of mobile messaging to patients to remind them for their appointments. How effective it is. If this is what I want to do, then I'm going to look at how many studies have been done. I'm going to collect data from that, whatever they have said, and then analyze that again. Whether patients attended, how many patients did not come, they ignored my message. I'm going to read at all those things. So these are studies that are already happening. I'm just giving you examples from that. And this is where it is important for us to look at. So this is what is systematic review. So if you go to Cochrane Library, you can see N number on almost all kinds of diseases and all kinds of studies. You will also find library science studies in there as evidence information. So just have a look at Cochrane Library for this. So this is what I formulate the query. I identify the coverage. I search the literature because I have done the keywords, databases, identified the resources. I screen for inclusion. What do I want? What do I don't want? When I screen, I must look at the information, the conclusion first, and then the methodology, and then decide whether I want it or not. Do the primary studies, extract the data, analyze it, conclude if you have any conclusions, and then write. This is the flow that it will go. So a literature review will be focused on topics of relevance, context, relevance, background research query, focus on connections, literature, research topics, and hypothesis, arguments, and threads to bind together. So 4 C's: clarity, connectivity, comparisons, contrast. So this is Thesis, you want comprehensive literature. Literature analysis, standalone, comprehensive. Articles and course assignments, which are smaller ones, so selective. So you have a broader work of frame and you have a shorter work of frame. So that is how we decide. When we begin writing, I'll just skip this because I've handed this. Now this is very important and I'll skip some of the slides for this. So grammar and tense is very important. When you are opining or you're presenting author's opinion, you can use a present tense. But normally a past tense in literature review, never a present tense. But you can also do a present perfect tense when you're referring to articles which are fairly recent, just a week ago it is published, you want to include it, you can use a present past. Okay, perfect tense. So when it is this, for example, reporting tense, Jones reported that. But if I want to say that this was my opinion of the previous study, then you say Jones argues and continue with this. So this is a use appropriate phrases, choose that are specific to domain, avoid unnecessary use of adjectives. Do not make a literature review of a research as a literature format of information, not the literature. Okay, so that's what happens most often. So you use, usually, we don't say always, usually. We don't say however. Saying however all the time in your literature review takes you in a different way and the sentence doesn't fall well into grammatically. So always look at, there are small, there are simple. You don't say very few, it's a small number of people. Small studies, small number of studies. You do not say a survey was done. There were exploratory studies which depicted this. So these words are typical of literature research or any literature survey or research that you present. These should be the words. If I don't like a particular thing and I feel this research was bad, wrongly done, I'm not going to say this particular research by Jonas was bad, it was wrongly conducted. I will say the research was flawed because of these. I'm going to make the same sentence, but I'm going to use very nice words which are scientifically appropriate to depict the same saying that I would want to say. So there are no personal remarks, your observations, right? So you're going to write observations. So these are the simple words. For example, in an ambitious but flawed study, this is something proposed behavioral model and is not set out on diagrammatic model. He states that Norman demonstrated, has demonstrated, because I'm talking of the author and he demonstrated, so has demonstrated. Working was concerned with. Elan and Stern compared algorithms for handling. I will not say Elan said this and the Stern said this and both of them differ. They compared and they did not agree on the same outcomes. That is how I would want to present. So how you write, the language and the grammar is more important and you need to pay attention to these things. So this is an example of a thesis review. So this is what I'm talking about, some information retrieval analysis. So the first paragraph of my thesis, of my article, of my literature review chapter, or this chapter is Introduction Research Domain Hypothesis Report. That's what I'm talking about. Why it is important, what is the domain of my research, why I'm talking about this. The second para, I'm just taking help of some authors to say why there are something which everybody talks about literature search models and they differ. So I'm talking about this and I put them all together. I'm not writing independently for every divisions. So they are same. All of them are talking of the same thing. So I've just put them together, one single sentence. I need not write independently for every author if they think or they present the same school of thought. That's very important. The next para, before I really begin upon certain my hypothesis or the hypothesis, then I would want to say that relevance, if it is of direct relevance, single author should be presented and well documented here. I'm saying Ellis proposed a behavioral model of information seeking strategies. So this is a single stage features and report present. You go on about this. Okay, then another example I'll show you. This is something, why I picked it, this is a very old thing. You can see this is a typed matter and I've included with just a screenshot of this, a camera shot of this. This is an article about AIDS written way back in 83. when it was just picked up and people were starting noticing it and all these things. Now here, the use is chronological order. The beginning itself, it says in 1979, 11 cases of pneumocystis carini pneumonia. So the beginning itself is from the date, so chronological. So the whole literature review on this and how the things have happened, how it was isolated, how the treatment is going, what are the patients facing, what are the research happening, how are they being presented, who are the peer people working on this. Everything in that chapter of about 20-25 pages is in chronological order, because that's the way the author wanted it to be presented for making it better understanding, rather than writing a typical thematic literature review. So that is another example. When do you write chronology? This is when. So that's why I gave you an example of COVID. This is another in-text citations. You have plenty of authors indicated that users also did not make proper use of controlled vocabulary. So many people, they all found the same thing. They may have different sample sizes. They may have different people subjected to this research as a sample, right? They may be students, they may be doctors, they may be anybody, because this is a medical thesis. Okay, then they might have also looked at a group of people throughout 3-4 years continuously, watched how they have developed themselves in science of searching. All combinations are possible, but everybody gives you a simple outcome that they do not make use of controlled vocabulary while searching medical information. Therefore, all clubbed together. So it's not essential. Everything that falls on your platter should be read, and everything that you read must be cited independently. You can club them together. So this is quotes. You always have a quote. This is from Purnima Joshi, who worked on copyrights. This is her literature review, where in between somewhere she quotes about the copyright and education and enterprise-driven information, why it is important for information economy to protect copyrights. So that is a quote which she has taken up, and I have not picked up the whole thing because it's very, very difficult, but this is a quote from Lowry 2001, and she puts it into quotes. So my advice is, do not put in quotes unless inevitable. And if you do, and it is a huge paragraph, it should be standing out independently in your literature review and not embedded into the complete text that you're writing. So this is how it should be presented. As far as possible, avoid it. So I don't think I have more time for more examples. Do I have? Madhvi or Meghna, can somebody tell me?
Yes, ma'am, 5 minutes surely you can take.
Okay, then let me finish the tips, and then if I have the time, I'll show you some, because I need to share my new screen. So I'm not going to do that. I'll waste some time in that. So there are tips. That dissertation use formal academic lists. When you're doing small research articles, your literature review will be small, because you have a typical question in the research article. You will only include those articles which are directly relevant, and there is no peripheral requirements, needs of including into it, as you would do in thesis. So therefore, in a thesis, your review article of literature, review of literature article or chapter may run into few pages, and you may have referred to some 50-60 articles into it. In a research paper, when you're publishing it for an article or a journal publication, you may have just 2 paragraphs of literature review into it. It depends upon what topic you're doing, what question you have raised, and what is the length of your research article. It all depends on that. So that's another question which often asked by so many people to me. So I'm just adding that here. It has to be dynamic, but it has to be coherent. Group sources, write concise, coherent, devoid of any personal language. No personal attacks, no personal indication of personalized information there. So that should not be, you should not have a very strong language. I said, now use better words. There are more scientific words, there are more research words which are embedded. You should use that. In context, everything should be in the context of research experiments that I am presenting. So that is how it is. In the past tense is always better, but you can use a present future tense. So do not simply write, add your own value, add your own opinion. Structure of the body or argument with various techniques or combination of techniques. You may use your own choice. The domain always decides how you want to present it. Use ample of evidence. Just do not make statements. See that your statement or your opinion or perception on that particular school of thought is validated by some reference, some research, somewhere, or your own example, your own experience, then state that. But it has to be there. So there has to be selection, should be very thing, should not be written without anything. Write what you will include, what you will not include, right upfront in the beginning of your chapter itself. So the reader is well aware what to expect from you, because you have already defined your limitations, or in your research methodology, where you would like, make your voice heard. Your opinion stands very important. It's just not about it. So what is a good review of literature? Should have a theme. It should give me direction to the reader, should be relevant to the theme, should be compelling with ideas. It should give me good ideas. You may have your own from that, but I may pick up new one because I'm reading it in a different way. I must have a good style, good grammar, good language, not literary at all. And it should be a genuine sound, look as correct. So voice, ideas, presentations, conventions, organizations, word choice, sentences, fluency is important when I write a literature review. So I must remember uniform structure overall. Should key points should be the major things. Use of quotes should be avoided, if at all, sparingly, and into separate para into quotes, as I have shown. Write your own words in your own words. Avoid plagiarism. The day you pick up as it is, even if you pick up as it is and you do not put a quote and you don't cite, you have plagiarized. Even if you put a cite but not quoted, it is still plagiarized. So it is better write in your own words, paraphrasing appropriately. All research should be in your own words, because some of this will get repeated in your discussions, some of it will get repeated in your conclusions. So always be better that we write in our own words, and it is avoiding this. So unrelated resources, do not add number of references because you want to show a lot of references being cited. That's not necessary. What is relevant should be in. Otherwise, you can add annotated or a bibliography at the end of your thesis to show that you referred some 200, you read some 200 articles, but you have cited only 50. That is fine. Okay. Must be evidence-based. So everywhere, citations, justifications, evidence of people having researched and have developed that thought is important. So this is how I take it. These are some of my readings that I picked up from, and this is this. So now you tell me, Meghana, if I can show some.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
I can. Okay, then I will just share another one. Okay. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah. Now this is another review article for another library science person. And this is how it is first talking about introducing the concept of voluntary libraries, first part. Then if you go below, as I said, theme and subthematic, he gives me the objective of the literature review. Then he has listed some 10, 12. Then it goes upon to saying that what is the review methodology, how he has reviewed. So this is very methodical literature review that has been done. It's giving the scope, the selection basis, the synthesis and organization of what was selected, and the nomenclature. And then he actually begins the literature review. And then if you see that somewhere down the line, I will just scroll quickly for you. It gives me historical background. So then he has clubbed, he has given themes and sub-themes or subheadings, and under every subheading, this has been done. So I'll just stop this, and I'll share another one for you. Yeah. Now this is, okay. Yeah, this is a medical thesis and a literature review for medical thesis. Now, medicine is very specific. They don't write too much of introduction. So whatever little introduction they write in the first chapter, that's it for them. And therefore, they immediately start talking about the issues that are there. So if you see, the citation here is number wise, but this is how they do it. And they come straight on. They give you the brief account. So there is a subheading though, and they tell you from where they have cited. They give you the diagnostic aspects or the causing aspects of that disease. They also tell you what are the issues with that disease. and then tell you degenerations, and this is how they have written. So there are headings, there are subheadings under each heading. So this is how also a literature review can be written, a very perfectly written one. Okay, so I'll stop this also. And I'll share another screen now. Yeah. So this is from an article, and this is a literature review. So this is a standalone review for nursing, and it is taking care of dementia care. So if you see, there is a structured abstract. They follow IMRD format.
Yes.
Okay. And there is an introduction. Based on that, they give you the methodology, the searching strategy, how they have searched information. So after the background, they've given you the keywords. They've also told you where they have searched. They've searched Medline and digital thesis program and all those things they have searched here. Then they give you the inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, just like the first thesis that I have shown. And then they give you themes. So this is thematic. Now they start their literature review, which is thematic. They're giving you tabular formats of what they observe in that themes. So this is a way also you can write your literature review, that where you have a lot of things, you can make it into a table and present it, because it's easier to show what it is. Then you actually talk about the second theme and the third theme and the fourth. So they have different themes, and they have paragraphs, and they have tables wherever required. So very beautifully written on dementia. So if you read this article, you actually know dementia issues and how nursing can be best done for them, because the literature is backed by literature. It tells you all about these things. It talks about dementia, competency standards. So it has divided its literature into different domains. And then it will, at the end, it has a lot of references. You can see it runs into some few pages, because it is that. And it tells you about the conclusions and relevance of clinical practice from this, what they have gathered. And if you read this conclusion, they have their own opinions added into it, which comes to them through their practice. So there's a beautifully written practical review of, so I'll just stop my things, and I hope that really, as I said, it's a very dry subject, and I hope I kept you engaged for this. So thank you very much. Thank you for patient hearing. And that's it.
Can we take a few questions, ma'am?
Sure.
So the first question is, can you please explain the difference between a systematic review and a scooping review, and when one does use each of them?
Scooping review is when you are actually selecting your articles. You don't read word to word. That's scooping review. Systematic review is a serious business. You need to identify certain areas where you feel you need to find out how many research has been done, and collectively what do they tell you. Then you need to find out. So you design a question. For your question, there will be a hypothesis, as you would do for your basic research. You would do the same for a systematic review. Then you will design a methodology. When you design a methodology based on your hypothesis or your research question that you would want to find an answer for, you will say what kind of articles you will include, what will be the basis of including those articles, why you will exclude certain articles, what kind of data you will collect, how will you analyze that data, for what period will this search be doing, whether you will do it from the day Newton said, or you will do it for past 10 years or 20 years, that the domain decides, or that is decided by your own question. So this is actually a research by itself, where the whole onus is on statistical analysis, and where selection criteria is of utmost important. So you do when you want to establish an evidence for a particular question. So it means by whichever way, independently, those studies might have given you a conclusion which is different. Collectively, they may give you a different, positively or negatively, either ways. It also depends upon those studies with a sample size. How many samples were included? For example, if you're doing some surveys, you try to collect all survey studies. Then those surveys where at least 50 people have participated. So surveys with 25 people, I will not include. Surveys with 50 people with between the age of 25 to 50. Yesterday, I answered a questionnaire on sponsorship to sports. And so the criteria was you like one sport, you follow one sport. The second criteria was for me to get into that study that I have been following it for some time and I'm into a particular age group. Okay. Because they asked for you fall in what age group? Right. And the third was my perceptions about certain things. So if I am understanding this, I'm able to participate. If I am not into this, I don't like any sports, and I say I will answer your questions, then I'm not included because I do not follow any sports. They had a list of sports. I had to pick one. I could not pick two. So one which is dearest to me, I will follow. So that is how you do. Now, when I do a systematic review of such kind of a question where people have studied sponsorship impact on sports, then I will select some 20 from different countries. They need not be from the same city and same country. They can be from any country. But the criteria will be this: age group, sports follow-up, and I understand sponsorship. Then I collect all those data. So everybody's questionnaire, I will be collecting. I'll have the raw data. I'll analyze it by a statistical method, which is called as meta-analysis. And then I say, yes, it impacts or it doesn't impact. People just think. Yeah. So I established something which is called as evidence in medicine. Most doctors practice evidence. That's why the rigor of clinical trials is too strict, not as in other sciences.
Madam, can you also highlight the use of concept mapping for literature review?
See, that's what I said, that there are softwares for this. And I found them very tedious, so I didn't do it. But concept mapping, again, if you do manually, or how it was done in my old times, is that you identify a concept by certain keywords. And it's then you actually work on that how do I feel about it? So what is my concept about this? You make people write about that and pick on that. So many articles will be conceptual articles. You will have to pick up articles which are conceptual, basically. And when they're conceptual means they may not have it put into practice, but this is my concept. It is doable. So that's how you work on it. So then you identify those terms which will describe the concept that you find are required for me to pick up the article to write a review. And then based on that, you select. So your selection criteria will be again based on words which describe the concept. But otherwise, you can use concept mapping softwares.
Madhvi, any more questions?
Yeah, one I would like to ask, ma'am, is at what stage of the researcher's career would the researcher go for a standalone review paper?
Anytime. Anytime. There is nothing than this stage of my career. A researcher is researcher throughout his career. Every time he may take a simple question, sometimes he will take a complex question, he or she will take a complex question to search. Literature review is about what is happening in this domain. If I have a good understanding of my own domain, I'm very well read, I can take up a standalone review. For example, when you do your MLISC or BLISC, more often in MLISC, you do seminars, papers. What is that? Short reviews, short standalone reviews. It's unfortunate that being taught analysis, you all are not taught, or we do not teach our students how to select articles for those short reviews. So we are imparting a skill without our or their knowledge. Unfortunate. But you're just into your college, you're not into your first job also, and you're writing a seminar paper. But I must have a good question on my mind. I must be well read. I must have a good understanding. These are my basic requirements. If I have those, I can attempt. And if you're doing it for the first time, don't do it alone. Standalone review doesn't mean single author, right? You can involve an experienced person to help you, lead you through, hold your hand through that. It's a writing, analytical skills. You need to have analytical skills, understand methodology. Why am I doing this? What is that I'm going to give it to the world? When the reader reads, what is that he will understand? These are the questions you must ask yourself before you start upon writing a standalone review. But there is no career graph where you should start writing. Of course, yes, when you are at your peak of your career, you write a review, it's a different story because you're recognized, you're established, you have an expertise, you have your own name and fame that goes with it. So it carries forward. But your first review that you write is your seminar assignment. Think about it, you'll agree with me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Such you for such an exhaustive presentation. You have covered many points that, and have brought them forth, especially the summarizing, paraphrasing part, though, technically all of us have read it several times, but actually how to do it. And the difference between an annotated bibliography and a literature review, something I think is very important for all the researchers to understand the difference. Maybe as library science students, we do understand this difference, but when it actually comes to writing a review, we ourselves face a lot of problem. It has been my personal experience that I had never assumed this part to be very difficult part of my thesis writing, but yes, I must admit that it was quite a tough task writing the literature review by itself. The practical tips that you have shared throughout taking notes, the emphasis on grammar and all the other things, I think they will go a long way to help the researchers when they are practically writing their review. And I think each of them will always remember this session when they are writing their literature review. Thank you so much. You said that it was the topic is dry, but the session was not dry at all. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for sparing time and guiding all the researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Madhvi, for the next practical session.
Thank you, Meghna.
May I leave now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So, after having 2 theory sessions on information resources, strategic searching and reviewing the literature that you have retrieved, we now move on to our first practical session on actually searching through the resources. So the 2 resources that will be focused in this practical session are Scopus and Science Direct. Scopus is a citation database and Science Direct is a full text database. Both are the products of Elsevier. This practical session will help you know the various modules, tools available in these databases, which would enhance your information search experience. For this, we have with us Mr. Vishal Gupta, Customer Consultant, South Asia, Elsevier. We welcome Mr. Vishal on behalf of Institute of Chemical Technology and VES College of Arts, Science and Commerce for this TechWhip supported 7-day national level capacity building program, e-Shodhyatra, Emerging Trends and Technologies in Scholarly Communication. Before he begins, just a small introduction of his. Mr. Vishal has a bachelor's degree in industrial microbiology and master's in biotechnology. Mr. Gupta has 12 years of work experience in domain of biotechnology, publishing and data analytics. Currently, he is working with Elsevier as Customer Consultant South Asia, where he is responsible for supporting Scopus, Science Direct, Mendeley, users in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. His major responsibilities include engaging with ministries and key consortiums. Vishal is a certified presenter for author workshops and a level 3 certified Mendeley trainer. Mr. Vishal may have to extend his session for little more than an hour so that he can fairly cover both the resources. I'm sure this is definitely going to be an extremely helpful to you all. So welcome once again, Mr. Vishal, and over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good evening to everyone, and we hope all of you are safe and are taking necessary precautions as we together fight this pandemic. First of all, I would like to thank the entire management of this entire program, especially Ms. Madhvi Watkar and Dr. Meghna Sanjeeva, and for giving us this opportunity to actually present the very useful tools that are used by a majority of researchers across the globe. And these are, as ma'am said, this is a practical session, and these tools are really very practical and very user friendly, and they help you uncover a lot of aspects about research. We all know that we are going through a tough time, and I always believe that in a time of drastic change, it is always the learners who inherit the future. The people who continuously develop new skills, learn new things, and then apply the same at their workplace are the people that are going to succeed in the near future. And this trend of remote work will likely become the new normal, and it will require most of us to adapt to changes while maintaining our focus and giving us continuous opportunities to increase innovation as well as our efficiency skills. With this in mind, I welcome all of you to today's session on plan effectively, read quality, and publish quality using tools like Science Direct and Scopus. I'll just like to start with a quick introduction about Elsevier. I'm sure all of you are aware of Elsevier as an organization, but Elsevier is a global information analytics company specializing in science and health. And at Elsevier, we've partnered with the scholarly community for over 140 years to curate and verify knowledge. And now, as an information analytics company, we are committed to bring that rigor to a new generation of Elsevier platforms. Combining content with technology supported by operational efficiency, we turn information into actionable knowledge. So, at Elsevier, we always believe that working with researchers, the first step is to try and understand what researchers actually need. So what we've understood that, around us, there is so much data, right? So even if I don't talk about researchers, in a normal world, we have so much data surrounding us, so many news channels trying to give us so much information. But then there is one news channel that you trust, right? There's one news channel that you trust, that you feel that is unbiased, that is bringing you the right news, right? So that is your filter, that is your go-to place. So when it comes to research, since there is so much information around, right? There are so many predatory journals lurking around, and there is so much data that you need to process, right? What do you do? So we believe that researchers today, they're faced with ever-growing volumes of information that they need to search, evaluate, and then finally incorporate into their work. Because it's not an easy task, because there are more than 30,000 or 40,000 peer-reviewed journals, and then this number keeps on increasing every year. So how does information actually flow? So if you look at the information discovery workflow, there's a lot of data, as we already discussed. Now, when you apply logic to this data, it turns into information. So again, when you peer review this information, it becomes knowledge. Now, as researchers, the most important word for you is peer reviewed information. That's what you need to read, to cite, to refer to, right? So peer reviewed information is actually knowledge, and knowledge is something that researchers need. With application of this knowledge on a regular basis, you start getting insights. And with experience, you can turn various insights into wisdom. So from this graph, we come to know that there are two important keywords that we see here, information and knowledge. And there is a very thin line that separates information from knowledge, and that thin line is called peer review. Madhvi ma'am, I'm sorry, I think I got disconnected.
Yeah. We can hear you now. Yes. Can you hear me?
Madhvi ma'am, Meghna ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes. I can. We can hear you. We can hear you, Vishal.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes. Now we can hear you.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
never happened, but it has to happen when it shouldn't happen. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll share my screen again.
Yeah.
So I think, ma'am, we were here, right? We are able to see this particular slide.
Yeah. Correct. We were on. This was last slide. Yeah.
Right. So as I was saying, that for researchers, there are two important keywords. One is information and one is knowledge. And the thin line that separates the two is peer review, which is extremely important when it comes to research. And so, because of the advent of big data, the tools and databases that have now come up have also become more powerful and data driven. And one of such tools is the Science Direct platform. Now, Science Direct is Elsevier's leading platform of peer-reviewed literature that keeps you, that moves your research forward. So on the Science Direct platform, there are a few facts that you need to know. The entire Science Direct platform contains 18% of the world's entire research. The Science Direct, the articles published on Science Direct receive 25% of world's citations. The average number of citations per book on the Science Direct platform is 16.5, which is one of the highest in the industry. And if you look at the impact, it is 2.1 again, which is the highest across the industry. Elsevier journals rank number one across 65 subject categories out of 236 subject categories. And all these facts and figures prove that the Science Direct platform has the widest range of trusted, high quality, interdisciplinary research. In fact, the Science Direct platform hosts data or content from 24 different subject areas, which can be further subdivided into 130 subject categories. And not only does the Science Direct platform, the articles published on Science Direct receive the most number of citations, they also receive the most number of citations that are most impactful. In fact, if you look at the top 10% of journals by FWCI, which is Field Weighted Citation Impact, I'll come to that a little later on. You need to know now that FWCI is a measure of quality. So if you look at the top 10% top quality journals across the globe, Elsevier has a share of 30%, in the top 10%, which actually again shows the quality of Elsevier journals. Now, when we talk about journals, there can be different types of journals, right? Now, some of you might be thinking that there are a particular set of journals that are called open access, and then there is a subscription journals. And what is the difference between the two? So, open access journals are simple. They are free to read, right? Anything published in an open access journal for a reader is free to read, right? And then there are subscription journals, which the institute library has to subscribe to, and only then you can have access to those particular articles published in those journals, right? So this is the basic difference between the two. However, when it comes to publishing in those journals, the meaning is completely different. So if you wish to publish in an open access journal, you need to pay an APC charge, right? But if you publish in a subscription-based journal, you do not need to pay any charge, right? So this is again a major difference. Now, most of the journals today have turned hybrid. In fact, all journals on the Science Direct platform, that means all Elsevier journals, are hybrid journals, which means they give you an option to publish either under the subscription model for free, or if you wish to make your article open access, and that can be done by paying an APC charge. Now, open access is majorly of two types. One is gold open access and one is green open access. So gold open access is pretty simple. You pay an APC charge, the article goes through the same peer review process. Once the article is accepted, the article will be published, and from day one, the article will become open access, right? Then comes the green open access method, where the manuscripts can be available through institutional repository after an embargo period. So the article will be published, if you publish in the green open access model, your article will be published as a subscribed article for a particular period of time, let's say 6 months to 2 years. And post that, the article will become open to read, so that the authors can then post these articles on any open repositories for others to download and read for free. So this is called the green open access route. All Elsevier journals, and I repeat, all Elsevier journals offer the option of publishing under the green open access model. That you can see when you go to a journal's website and look for the submission options. You will find this option right there. So authors have a choice in choosing between subscription model, open access model, a gold open access, or green open access. Now, as I said, knowledge is very important, but do you think knowledge can only come from journals? Knowledge can come from books, knowledge can come from patents, knowledge can come from conference proceedings, anywhere. So building knowledge for researchers should be seamless. And today's researchers like you have broad multidisciplinary workflows. And to connect the dots and see the big picture, you need access to reliable interdisciplinary content, and not just from a particular content type like journals, but also from books, references, conference, patents, and much more. And that is why the boundaries between books, reference, and journals are fading. And so is our books publishing strategy. Science Direct is a unique platform that hosts both journals and books on the same platform, thereby giving the users an option to navigate from the detailed content, the in-depth knowledge that they get from journals, to the foundational knowledge on books and vice versa. And this can be achieved by a unique feature called topic pages. And again, when we talk about content, I don't mean content, the latest content, or I also mean content that is published beyond 1995 or back files, right? So I was going through the last session, which talked about literature review, and it was very well presented. And I think one very important point there is that you will read a lot of articles, but you will not cite all of them, right? But then to choose the best ones, you need to read a lot, right? You need to be well read. And that is where you need to read articles that have been published beyond 1995 as well, because those are the ones that contain the historical information, the foundational knowledge, and groundbreaking research that happened in the past. And those are equally important when you cite articles in your literature review. Now, the main purpose of research, why do we do research, right? So the main purpose of research is to inform action, to prove a theory, and contribute to the developing knowledge in a field of study. Whereas a word quite synonymous with research nowadays is innovation. And innovation is about taking these inventions to the marketplace by translating scientific knowledge into products, services, and offerings for economic and social development. Every researcher like you today is striving hard to find opportunities to innovate and contribute to his own development, his institute's development, and his country's development. And these efforts are bringing a serious change in what researchers need. Researchers today are more demanding than they have ever been before, because researchers today evaluate their own work. They want to cite impactful work. They want to be more organized, find relevant collaborators, and therefore you look for tools that can help you in achieving these objectives more effectively. The most important resource for you still remains to be research articles, quality research articles published in quality journals, right? So let us now understand the research workflow, how the research actually flows. Now, these are the very basic steps in a research workflow. You start with research preparation, then you write, then you publish, then you navigate through the peer review process, and then finally communicate your research. Now, research workflow may mean different for different people. So, if I simplify this research workflow, it looks something like this, where at every stage, what I want to highlight here is that Elsevier has tools to support researchers at every stage, be it Scopus, Science Direct, Mendeley, Engineering Village, Reaxys, any tool. They all have been designed to support researcher needs at every stage of the research. And then this is a little different from the publishing workflow. So the publishing workflow starts when you submit an article to a journal. Now, why we are discussing this? This is probably the most important part of my entire presentation because this sets the tone. So what is the most important issue that we face when we submit a research paper? What is the most common thing that I hear from researchers is that they are not able to publish in good journals. They face a lot of rejection, and sometimes they are not able to understand, or because they probably do not get proper comments from the editor or proper guidance from somewhere. So basically what happens is you face rejection, and that brings a lot of demotivation. Now, how can we improve this? How can we improve our chances of getting published? So if we can identify what the editors want, right, what the journal actually wants, right in the beginning, we can start planning our paper better. Now, you must be surprised to know that of all the articles submitted to a journal, more than 80 to 90% are desk rejected by the editor. So if you look at the publishing workflow on the right-hand side, you submit an article and the first place that it goes to is the editor's desk. Now, on the editor's desk, about 80 to 90% articles are desk rejected. Now, an article that you probably took months to write, an editor takes a decision in 10, 15, 20 minutes to either reject this article or forward it to the peer reviewers. So there might be a few things, there are definitely a few things that the editor looks at in a research article. So let us now go through what editors actually want, right? So first thing editors want is that the article should be scientifically correct. It should not be an isolated piece of research. It should be built upon previous theories that you have referred to, so that there is the context is coherent, right? Then the article reports something new, right? Now, it's not always that you report something new, right? But whatever you report should either be new or significant enough. So it should be significant either in a way that it creates a social impact, an economical, political, any sort of impact, right? And the most important thing is that the article should be of interest to the readers. So what mistake we usually make is that we run after high impact factor journals. That is one of the biggest mistakes that researchers, young researchers, they make. You should never run after high impact factor journals. I mean, the point that I'm trying to convey is one factor cannot decide the relevance of a journal. You can explain it in a way that if you meet someone, if you meet a person, would just one, so he might have lost one eye. So if you just take an assumption that he might have lost this eye because he gets into fight, he's not a good person. That's not the right way of judging a person, right? So you take your time, you listen to him, what he says, what kind of background he comes from, all these things. So whenever you choose journals, why do you only look at one factor? There are so many ways of assessing journals, so many ways of assessing relevant journals for your article. So if you narrow it down to 2 journals, it could be possible that your article better fits into a journal with a lower impact factor. And that should not stop you from publishing in that journal. All you need to know is that the journal has the right audience for your article, because ultimately what you want is citations. There may be so many articles published in, let's say, a journal with impact factor 10. Don't you think there will be articles in that journal with 0 citations? So as researchers, you need to take a decision between, do I want to publish only in a high impact factor journal, or do I want to publish in a journal that will give me recognition? This is again one of the decisions, critical decisions that you need to take. Then there are a few reasons which the editor does not like, the few things which editor does not like at all. What are those? Number 1, topic of research not trending, not impactful. Now we need to understand that the editor's job is to ensure that the journal's quality increases year on year. How will the journal's quality increase year on year? When it gets more number of citations, right? Which article will get more number of citation? The article that is most read, right? That has the most probability of getting citation. And then how do you make an article more visible or more readable? Either the topic should be a trending topic or it should be an impactful topic. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. Which is the most trending topic today? It's coronavirus, right? That's the most trending topic today. Any article written on coronavirus will get attention. But if I had asked you the same question probably a year back, which is the most common disease that is being researched on? The answer is cancer, right? So trends change and you need to be updated with that, right? You cannot just take a word from someone that, okay, 5 years back, this was very trending, so it has to be trending now. One word can change the entire trend. So if I tell you, okay, tell me, is cancer trending? You might say, yes, cancer is trending. My next question, is lung cancer trending? Then you might take a step back. If you are not from this field, you might want to do more research, because I added a word lung before cancer. Now this made it a separate word altogether, a different combination. So cancer may be trending, lung cancer may not be trending. So that is where keywords are very important, and you need to choose your keywords very carefully. Then poorly written abstracts or language errors. Language is very important. If you are writing in an English journal, your language should be correct. Editors do not have time to correct your English, right? And even though editors tell us, that even though the article had potential, they simply could not understand the writing. And that is why they needed to reject it. Now, what is the first thing when you take up a research article? What is the first thing that you read? The title. What after the title? The abstract. So your title and abstract should be impeccable before, so that you can move on to the next level at least. That doesn't mean that the rest of the paper should not be focused on, but the title and the abstract should be given utmost focus. So make sure that your language is correct. If English is not your first language, take help. There are a lot of language editing services available for free as well as paid. You can search them online, but make sure that your English is correct. And when I say English is correct, it doesn't mean that you need to write Shakespeareish English. Editors and reviewers are simple people like us. They understand simple, easy to read, logical information. So try and make sure that your English is correct, simple, easy to read, right? Then too many or irrelevant self-citations. So self-citations is not wrong, right? But if it is an irrelevant self-citation, it is an unethical practice. And if there is anything unethical in a paper, the editor does not want to continue, right? So you need to make sure that your self-citations are limited and are relevant, okay? Then poor geographical distribution of citations. Now, this is again something which is very, very important, because the editor wants to know how well you are read. Are you reading articles only from one particular region? He wants to know, where did you study what has happened in different parts of the world, because that is what the editor is looking for. That will tell the editor that you have done good research. Then recent articles not cited. Again, something which is very basic. You need to cite the latest articles as well as the older articles which are relevant and are appropriate for your context. And then leading scientists and top journal articles not cited. Again, something that you should focus on. You should always try and cite the leading scientists in that field and the top journal articles, which will again give an assurance to the editor that you are reading the right articles, right? So what do we understand here? That the editor is a clever person. He knows his field. He's a subject expert. So you need to make sure that he understands that you understand the field very well. And how can you demonstrate that? By going through these 10 points very carefully, right? Editors tell us that if you make sure these 10 points are taken care of, your chances of getting published will definitely improve, right? So pay special attention to all these points. Now, a lot of time, after I talk about this particular portion, people ask me, how do we achieve so many things, and how do we find out if a topic is trending? How do we get relevant articles to refer? That's where intelligent tools like Scopus come into the picture. And this is where Scopus will help you in achieving these objectives. At least 3 or 4 objectives from this particular sheet you can easily do from tools like Scopus. So what is Scopus? Scopus is the world's largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed literature. Now, on Scopus, you will not find full text. So this is not a full text platform. Science Direct is a full text platform. Scopus is an abstract and a citation database. Scopus contains close to 78 million items that have been collected from more than 5,000 publishers. So Elsevier is just one. There are 5,000 publishers that have their data on the Scopus platform. Data from 40 different languages are covered. So language is not a barrier to knowledge, should not be a barrier to knowledge. So even languages other than English are also covered on the Science Direct platform. And the basic criteria of getting Scopus indexed is that the abstract should always be in English. No matter in which language your paper is, the abstract will be in English so that you can understand what the paper is about. Now, Scopus is a huge database. It covers articles from 1788 till articles that are yet to be published. So you know about articles in press, right? The articles that have been accepted for publication but are not yet out in print. Those are also covered on the Scopus platform. All the data on Scopus is divided into 4 subject categories: physical sciences, health sciences, social sciences, and life sciences. So we cover each and every subject area. These 4 subject categories are further subdivided into 24 categories, which are again further categorized into over 100 subject domains. So I'll give you an example. Physical sciences is divided into physics, chemistry, material science, engineering, and then chemistry can be divided into inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, organic chemistry, etc. So that's how the subject areas are categorized. And as I said earlier, building knowledge should be seamless. So Scopus not only indexes journals, but also indexes conference proceedings, books, and patents. So which means that when you search anything on Scopus, you get data from all the four places, which means you get knowledge from everywhere, right? Scopus has journals from more than 105 countries, right? So we cover virtually every continent on this planet. What goes into Scopus and what is removed from Scopus is decided by a CSAB board, which is Content Selection and Advisory Board. Now, on this board, there is no one from Elsevier. So it is an independent board which consists of 17 subject chairs. So people from 17 different subject areas with having expertise in their own domains, they combine and form this board, and they decide twice every year. They decide what gets into Scopus and what gets removed from Scopus. So if there is any journal that is coming up on quality, it will be indexed. If there is any journal that is going down on quality below the threshold, it is removed. So any ANI database will be a dynamic platform. So whenever you want to publish in an Scopus index journal, make sure that you confirm that the journal is currently indexed. A journal might be indexed 5 years back. It will still be on Scopus, but it will say that it is an inactive journal. So you need to make sure that if you want to get a publication in a Scopus index journal, make sure that the journal is currently indexed. So how does Scopus help researchers? Most of us have this notion that Scopus is a tool that is used by the management to get publication data and citation data for NIRF rankings, for NAC review, which is correct, which is one part of what Scopus does. I believe that Scopus is a tool meant for researchers because you can do so much on the Scopus platform itself, right? So let us see how Scopus can actually help you. So the first thing that you need to know is that Scopus can help researchers by helping them find out what exists in the global world of research output, right? So because Scopus has data from 1788 till the articles that are yet to be published, it has a huge database. So anyone who searches on Scopus can search from this huge database and find out what exists in this global world of research, what research has been done, what is currently happening, what is the articles in press, because they are equally important, because that is equal to research done, and you don't want to be repeating something that has already been done. So that is where Scopus has the first use for researchers. Second, get topic specific funding insights. Now, we can search for funding opportunities. If I ask you, how do you search for funding opportunities? You might answer that, okay, we visit a few websites like of MHRD, UGC, DBT, DST, or any other funding agency. And then you look for the projects that are available. What if you can do it other way around? You can go into your topic and then find out which are the funding agencies that are funding this kind of research the most. That will give you an idea of the priority in which you need to search. So using Scopus, you can target specific funding agencies, right? You can have your special focus. So Scopus can tell you which funding agency has sponsored research on a particular topic the most, right? Next, decide what, where, and with whom to partner or collaborate with. So in this world today, it is extremely difficult to find relevant collaborators. Now, you might be thinking that, okay, we can look up the internet and find out, or you can ask your few colleagues and they can help you. But when I say relevant collaborators, I mean the most appropriate collaborator. You might find a good collaborator, but is he the best, right? That is what you need to decide on. Scopus can actually help you find out who is the top author in a particular topic. and it can tell you who the person is, from which institute, from which department, which makes it easier for you to find and locate collaborators. Now, when I say relevant collaborators, let me give you an example. There is a person working in biological sciences. He needs help of a statistician. Now, do you think any statistician can help this person? Or who is the best collaborator for this person? The best collaborator for the person working in biological sciences is a biostatistician. Why? Because he understands both the domains and can translate his statistical analysis into a language which this person can understand. So it's a symbiotic association. That is why I say relevant collaborators are very important, right? And you can find them using Scopus. Then track impact of research and monitor global trends. We have already read it in the editor's preferences that he prefers research which has been impactful or which is currently trending. How can you find trends? Now, when I say cancer is trending, how did I say it? Did I just say it because I know it? No, I have facts and figures. If I search on Scopus, cancer is a topic that has been growing year on year, which tells me that it's a trending topic, right? So whatever I'm going to say on this slide, I'm going to demonstrate it. So that is going to make it easier for you to understand, right? Then help researchers track their research performance through citation counts and H-index. So all of you know about H-index. Basically, H-index means if I say H-index of an author is 20, what do I mean? So I mean that at least 20 of his papers have received at least 20 citations, right? So this is a global metric that is used to assess the quality of authors worldwide. And then Scopus can also help you identify and analyze journals to read and to submit your articles to. Scopus has a tool where you can compare journals and then decide which journal is more appropriate for you, right? Talking about choosing journals, every publisher has a journal finder. So this on your screen is Elsevier's journal finder. If you wish to find a journal on from Elsevier where you wish to find your publish your article, go to this page, which is journalfinder.elsevier.com. Put in your title, your abstract, keywords, and area of research, and the system will automatically tell you which are the most suited journals out of the entire library of Elsevier where you could publish in. Not only that, it will give you metrics related to that journal like impact factor, SJR, SNIP, site score, and many more. So all these terms that you just heard, they are on my next slide. So while using Scopus, there are a few things that you need to keep in mind. That is where will help you in assessment and understanding the tool better. So there are different kinds of metrics. There are journal metrics, there are author metrics, and there are article metrics. Now, what are the three kinds of metrics? So journal metrics, which is the most common journal metric, impact factor, right? This is not on Scopus. So impact factor, what is the calculation? How do you calculate impact factor? If I wish to calculate the latest impact factor, which is 2019, I will go up, I'll put all the articles published in the last 2 years in the denominator, and in the numerator, I will put all the citations received by those articles in the current year. So that will, dividing this and normalizing this will give me impact factor. But again, in the recent years, because research has become so multidisciplinary and there are so many journals now, there are few things that impact factor does not cover. So first of all journals do not have impact factor, right? And I believe in this, that all journals should not have impact factor. But there are some very good journals and some very upcoming good journals that do not have impact factor. And that is why they do not get the desired attention or the deserved appreciation that they should get. So that is one of the main issues that are coming up. And then conference proceedings are not considered for impact factor. Now, this is sort of a bias to subject areas like computer science, where 80 to 90% of the research is published in the form of conference papers. Now, how do researchers decide where to publish in if they do not have a quality assessment of these conference proceedings? And then sometimes impact factor is biased towards fast moving subject areas. So when I say fast moving subject areas, I mean subject areas that are cited a lot of times. Now, subject area like medicine, right? There will be a lot of journals in the field of medicine that has impact factor of more than 10, 20, 30, 40. But do you know of any journal, anyone here, do you know of any journal that has, uh, uh, in the field of mathematics, that has an impact factor of 20, 30, or 40? No. That is where there is a little bias when it comes to cross subject areas. And now that the research has become so multidisciplinary, it is becoming increasingly difficult for researchers to decide only on the basis of impact factor which journal is more appropriate. And that is why there is a need of alternative metrics. And then these metrics that you see on your screen, they have come into the picture. So first metric is site score, which was developed by Elsevier in 2017, which is a more transparent, current and free metrics available. So to get impact factor, you need to have subscription of JCR reports. Site score is freely available on the Scopus platform. Even if you don't have access to Scopus, you can still view the site score of all the journals. Site score is more transparent. The calculation is pretty simple. It takes into account a window of last 3 years. So, and it takes into account all article types. So even conference proceedings will have site score, which makes it easier for you to decide which is better than the other. Then you have SNIP, or source normalized impact per paper. So by the name, you can understand source normalized means subject area normalized. So the example that I gave you between medicine and mathematics journal, that can be solved using SNIP. So SNIP will do what? It will normalize the subject area and then tell you which journal is better than the other. So what it does, a more likely citation is given less weightage, and a less likely citation is given more weightage. So a citation in the field of mathematics will be given more weightage because it's a slow moving field. By the time I have spoken, a medicine journal would have received 10, 20 citations. A mathematics journal would have received only 1 or 2 citations, right? So it's a very slow moving field. So that is why they normalize this subject area and then can tell you out of the mathematics and the medicine journal which one is better and by how much. And then SCImago journal ranking. SCImago journal ranking, or SJR, is a prestige metric. So it can be applied to journals, books, or conference proceedings as well. And then SJR tells you the prestige of a journal. How do you calculate prestige? So let's say there is a citation on your paper from a top scientist from Harvard University. Don't you think that citation means a much more than the other citations, right? So that adds to prestige. Let's say you get cited from a patent. A patent cites your paper, right? That adds to prestige. So there are different things that add to prestige, and SJR calculates all that and tells you which journal is more prestigious than the other, right? So these are journal metrics. Now let's come to author metrics, and I've already discussed this, H-index, right? The thing that I want to show you here is that H-index can be found on Google Scholar as well as Scopus. Now researchers face this confusion, which one to consider, right? And because on Google Scholar, most of the times you will find that the H-index is higher. Why is this different? So to explain this, I have taken the example of the respected Professor C.N.R. Rao, who's one of the top scientists in the field of chemistry across the globe. So I found that his H-index on Google Scholar is 155 and his H-index on Scopus is 133. Why is this different? So first of all, we need to know that Scopus calculates H-index on the basis of the journals that are indexed on Scopus, the high quality journals that are indexed on Scopus. Google Scholar takes into account anything and everything. So Google Scholar not only covers journals, but also academic websites, gray literature, preprints, and thesis. It includes books from the Google Books project, and results are often duplicates of the same article, like preprints and postprints. And that is why at times you see an inflated H-index on the Google Scholar platform. Now, the question that needs to be answered, which one should we consider, is totally a decision that researchers need to take. It depends on where you are submitting this data. What do they want? So if they mention Scopus H index, you need to provide Scopus H index. And 9 out of 10 times, you will see that evaluating agencies ask for H index from Scopus. Then a metric, I will not say a metric, but a term which comes strongly under author metrics is ORCID or ORC ID. This is becoming increasingly important, and I would recommend everyone in this room who is doing research and who's publishing papers, if you do not have an ORC ID, please go and create an ORC ID right after this presentation. Because ORC ID is an open researcher and contributor ID. It is a non-proprietary alphanumeric code, so anyone can log on to the website of ORCID and create an ID for themselves. What will this help you with? It will ensure that all the articles that you publish are indexed under your name, right? Because what happens, like right now, we get a lot of complaints or a lot of issues from authors that, okay, I have published 10 documents, but on Scopus, I can only see 5, right? Why is that? So first reason could be that those journals that they have published in are not on Scopus. Second reason is the articles are there, but are not correctly indexed under that particular author's profile. They're either under some other author's profile, because see, Scopus does not know, cannot identify the names by only the people only by their names. Sorry. So my name is Vishal Gupta. When I write an article, the journal will decide how my name will be written. V Gupta, Vishal Gupta, Gupta V. Now V Gupta can mean anything, right? There can be so many V Guptas, right? How does Scopus know that this V Gupta is Vishal Gupta and not Vikrant Gupta, right? So for that, this is the ID, or this is the ID that I need to have. If I give this ID in my paper, when I publish it, Scopus will always index it under my name, right? So if you have not created an ORC ID yet, please go and create it. Then this is my last slide. It comes on article level metrics. So how do we compare research articles? Now we know how to compare journals. We have seen so many matrices now. What about research articles? So if I give you 2 research articles and I ask you which article is better, how will you tell me? Probably looking at the number of citations, right? But what if one article is published in 1990 and another article is published in 2018? Now you cannot compare it on the basis of citations, right? So you need something else. How do you define it? That something else is field weighted citation impact. So field weighted citation impact is a measure of the quality. A score of 1 indicates world average. Anything below 1 is below world average. Anything above 1 is above world average. So simple. Every article on Scopus published after 1995 carries an FWCI, which tells the reader what is the quality of this particular article, right? And then similarly, there are different metrics called Plumex metrics on Scopus, which are also on Science Direct now. So these Plumex metrics tell you the social media impact of a research article. So how many times this article has been shared on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or on any other social media platform, Wikipedia, blogs, it will tell you all the information. So all this is there on the Scopus platform. And now you can understand there is so much on the platform for you to go and explore, right? So let's go to the live platform and see how do we, I'll take up an example and try to show you how you work around and plan your entire research using Scopus. So how to use Scopus? Simply your institute first, it's a subscription-based tool. So the institute must have subscription to Scopus on the IP. If you are working currently from home, you should have arranged for remote access, and then you need to log on to www.scopus.com. Now, if I go to the Scopus platform, I'll just share my screen on the Scopus page. So Madhvi ma'am, if you can just confirm me if you can see my screen on the Scopus page.
It is very much visible.
So this is the home page of Scopus, right? So when you log on to Scopus, you will find these three search options if you have access, right? The first option is affiliation. So if I need to look up the profile of any institute, okay, so then I need to go on and log on to this particular profile, right? So let's say I just type here Delhi, right? So it gives me all these options, right? So I can click on any institute and it can tell me what profile, how many documents, how many citations, etc. Then you have author search. So under author search, you can write the last name, first name, and affiliation of the author, or if you know the ORC ID, you can put it here and search for that author profile, right? So you can look up authors in this way. And the third, and this is what I want to actually show you, how to do a document search on Scopus and make sure that you plan your research around the topic. So for explaining, I will take very common keywords, and if you have access, you can go and try them on your own. So the first keyword I will take is cancer, okay? And then on the right hand side, there is a drop down. I need to tell the system I'm using cancer as what? Am I using cancer as a chemical name or an ISSN or the name of a journal or a keyword? So my answer is keyword. So I click here. So I want cancer either in the article title, abstract, or keywords, right? Then you see a plus sign here. If you click on this plus sign, it opens a Boolean operator. Now you can use and, or, and not, right, to do a combination search. Now my next word, and I use and my next word is India. Now I have to tell the system what I'm using India as. So I click here. I'm using India as a country name. So I'm clicking here and saying affiliation country. This is how you can keep on adding this plus sign and create your own search. It is recommended that you use not more than 5 keywords at a time. Otherwise, you might end up getting no results at all. So use a good combination of, choose 5 keywords and use a combination of 3 or 4 keywords to get your relevant research articles. Now let's do a search. And if I do a search and I get 79,313 documents. So this is how many documents I get when I search for cancer as a keyword and India as a country. Now my question to you is, if I give you 79,000 PDFs for free, right? Would it help you in any way? Because you will not be able to read all of it. Even if you read all of it, you will not be able to draw references, or you will not be able to conclude anything, what you got from those 79,000. So Scopus can actually help you in that case. First, what you can do on Scopus, you can arrange these documents on the basis of, like right now it is sorted on the basis of newest. So this is the latest paper due to be published in 2021. So see, these are articles in press. And you see there are, in 2021 on the left hand side, there are 210 articles. So we have not even entered in 2010, right, 2021, and there are 210 articles that are already published, right? So that are also available on the Scopus platform. You can either go and arrange it on the basis of highest cited. So I click here. Now it will arrange all the this search from the highest cited. So now I get the highest cited document on top, and the citations decrease as they go down, right? So this is how Scopus will help you in arranging the documents and finding out the latest article as well as the most cited article. Now on this, let me pick up the third most cited article here with 6,000 citations. I open it in a new tab, and the fourth most cited article. Okay. So I want to show you something, and this is really interesting. So the third most cited article, which has 6,784 citations, and it has a field weighted citation impact of 13.25, which means 1 is the world average. So virtually this paper, the quality of this article is 13 times better than the world average. Now this has, all you need to remember is the total number of citations that it has got. Now let us go to the fourth most cited paper. What do we see here? The number of citations is 4,344. But look at the field weighted citation impact. It is 323.73. And this means that this article, even though it has received lesser number of citations, this is far more impactful than the previous article. Now, if I were you, if I was a researcher and I had these two very similar articles, and I had the option to cite either one of them, I would cite the article with the higher FWCI, because then I cite a high impact paper, which connects my paper to that paper, which will in turn increase the visibility of my paper, right? Because now that I see here, I scroll down, what do I see here? Cited by. So this is showing me who are the people that have cited this paper. And now I have access to this paper as well. So I can simply click here and open this document. So this increases the visibility of my paper, right? And everything I tell you, everything revolves around visibility. The more visible your paper is, the more discoverable it is, the more people are going to read it. If more people read it, there are more chances of you getting cited. So these are the small tips and tricks that you can use while doing research. Now I'm going back to the home page where I had searched 79,000 documents, and I had asked you a question. If I give you 79,000 PDFs, would it make sense? No. But my next question is, if I give you an analysis of these 79,000 documents, would it help you? The answer probably would be probably yes. Now let me see what kind of insights can you get. So I select all the documents on this page here on this screen. So select all, and can you see this button here which says analyze search results? Simply click here. Now this will turn all these 79,000 documents into graphs, and you will get insights about these particular keywords that you have used. So basically, it is giving you insights on the keywords that you have chosen, which can help you in planning your research well in advance. So what is the first insight that you get? So you look at this graph and you can say that, okay, till last year, 2020, this graph is going up. So don't consider this point because this is 2021. Let's say 2020, we are at the peak, which means this topic is trending. So this you can see by the slope of this graph, right? So this topic is trending, and this is my first step. So because it's a topic that is very common that I have chosen, when you use your specific keywords, you will get different kinds of insights. That will make the entire thing very exciting, right? So first insight, yes, the topic is trending. On the left-hand side, I can see every year how many papers are being published in this particular field. I scroll down. Next, by source. So my next question is, which journal should I read or where should I publish in? This particular graph tells you which are the top journals which have published most number of research articles using the keyword cancer in India. So the answer is Indian Journal of Cancer followed by so-and-so. So this gives you a good healthy set of journals that you can keep in mind before you start comparing them individually. So this gives you an idea of the journals that publish most amount of research in this particular field. Next insight that I want is who's the top author. So I simply click here. It tells me the top author is G.K. Rath in India, right? Who is G.K. Rath? I can simply click his profile open, and the person's name is Gaurav Kishore Rath from AIMS, right? His Scopus ID is this. He has not connected his ORC ID here yet. If he had, you could see his ORC ID, and you can see his entire profile. He has 475 documents, 7,000 citations. His H index is 32. These are his most contributed topics in the last 5 years, right? And if you scroll down, you can see all his 475 documents. If there are any preprints, you will see here, and all the topics that he has contributed to. So everything about a particular author is available. Now, if you want to set an alert about this author that, okay, next time he publishes anything, I should get an alert, you can click here and you can start getting alerts about this author, right? So this is how you can look for collaborators. Who are the most relevant collaborators? Next, by affiliation. So which are the top institutes in India? I think this is very evident. AIMS, Tata Medical Hospital, PGIMR, SGPGI, MAHE, etc. So these are the top institutes that publish with the keyword cancer in India, right? Next, country. Now, this is a little confusing to understand. So what I'll do is, because India, I chose India as the country, so all documents will be from India. So if I remove India from this list, now I can make an analysis that India collaborates with US the most using the keyword cancer. So this is the analysis that you get. Who does India collaborate with the most for cancer? US, followed by UK, Saudi Arabia, Australia, Germany, France, etc. And if you only want to look at, let's say, I want to see what kind of papers does India publish with Japan. So I can click open this 994 documents and I can do an analysis of these 994, right? So this is how you can further dig deep into your search. Documents by type, something which is very important. So now that I use the word cancer, there are 75% articles that are published in the form of research article and only 4.6% conference papers. If I would have chosen keywords like artificial intelligence or big data, I will get 80 to 90% conference papers and only 3 to 4% research articles. So, this is important for early career researchers because they should know where the research is being published in, what they need to target. So this gives them a brief idea about what kind of topics they are working on, where is it published the most. Then comes subject area. Now this is again something which is very interesting because cancer is a subject that can be that is available everywhere, most commonly in medicine, biochemistry. But don't you think there are researchers working on the psychology of cancer patients? So they are psychology students, right? So if you were a psychology student, all this data is not useful to you. The data that is useful to you is only that which is associated with psychology. So what you can do, you can scroll down, find out the psychology topic, and then click on these 159 documents that are specific to psychology, and then do a similar search that I just did. This will give you the psychology perspective of the cancer topic, right? So this is again something where you can move from one topic to a different topic on Scopus. And one thing that I said, that you can target topic specific funding agencies. So this is how you can do this. So what you can see here is using these keywords that I searched, this Indian Council of Medical Research is the most popular funding agency that sponsors research on cancer in India. Similarly, next is UGC, followed by BCSIR, Department of Science and Technology, and so on. So this ways you can use your own specific keywords and find out which is the most appropriate funding agency for my kind of work. And then you can look up their website and see if they currently have any funding opportunities. So that will help you in prioritizing your subject, your funding agency. Now let me go back to the Scopus homepage, right? I quickly want to show you two or more things. I'll not take more than 5 minutes. So one tab here, which is very small, but it is very powerful, which is called Compare Sources. So if you click here, this will take you to a page where you can evaluate up to 10 journals at a time. You can compare 10 journals at a time. So I'll quickly take up a few examples. I'll take up Cell. So Cell is a Elsevier journal, very specific to a subject area and high impact factor or site score, right? So I take up Cell, and then I take up a more popular journal called Nature, right? So I have taken up 2 journals. You can take up to 10 journals at a time, right? Now, how can you compare? See, this is pretty simple. This is comparing on the basis of site score. So what does it tell you? Cell has been on top throughout, and currently for the last 5 years, the site score has been rising, which means the quality of this journal is increasing year on year. What do we see in the case of Nature? That, okay, it fell down it is up and down, and now since last year this has fallen down, right? The site score or the impact factor, right? So it has fallen down. This is what is a type of insight that you can get, but this is not significant because this number is still very high. This is 51, very high. Now you can also get this in tabular form. If I click here, this will turn into table, right? So you can get the tabular form as well. And then the other metrics that we studied, SJR, the prestige metric, which out of the two is more prestigious? Cell is the one that is more prestigious, followed by nature, right? Next, SNIP. So in both the cases, we saw that cell is on top. When I click on SNIP, what do you see? Nature goes on top and cell goes down at bottom. Why is this, right? SNIP means source normalized impact per paper. So what it does, it normalizes the subject area. Now cell is a subject specific journal. It only gets its impact from one or two subject areas, right? Whereas nature is a more multidisciplinary journal. It gets its impact from various subject areas. That is why when you normalize the subject area, nature is on top and cell is at the bottom. The insights that you need when you choose a particular journal for your publishing or to read. And then there are other metrics that you can go through, but this is something which is which really is useful for young researchers, because young researchers sometimes get stuck that, you know, I will choose the higher impact factor journal, or you need to be logical, right? What do I see on this graph? The number of articles published by journals every year. How many articles does Cell publish every year? You see 500 to 600 articles every year. And how many articles does Nature publish? 3,000 articles every year. Now, if you are publishing your first article, right? If I was publishing my first article and all other metrics were okay, and I was easily comparing, narrowing it down to 2 journals, my preference would be Nature, because that gives me a 5 times more probability of getting published, right? Again, this is completely a decision that you need to make. These are only insights that I'm sharing, right? You may have your own choices. You may have your own preferences and your own logic to choose journals. These are the facts and figures that you can get on the Scopus platform. Coming back to the Scopus platform, if you wish to see which journals are indexed on Scopus, simply click on sources here on top, and using subject area, title, publisher, or ISSN, you can look for journals, right? And find out their metrics as well. So you see, this is the current site score. These are the number of citations, number of documents, and percentage cited. So you get all this information on this particular page here, right? You can also download the Scopus source list on your desktop, which will be categorized on the basis of subject area. So a lot of people ask me, which are the Scopus index journals in the field of chemistry? So if you download this sheet, you can use filters and find out which are the journals that are relevant to your subject area, right? So please feel free to visit this and look it up. So again, 2 tips that I want to leave you with before I complete the session. First is, once you get published, don't stop, because that's not where that is where your success will start, right? Promote your paper. Your article is your product. No product is successful without marketing. So you need to market your own product, which is your own research article. How can you do that? First way is publishing in a good journal. That goes without saying. But then there are other tools which you can use, like Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Mendeley, Google Scholar, ResearchGate. You can use all these tools to post links of your articles to increase the visibility of your paper, right? So don't stop. Keep promoting your paper. That will help you in improving the number of citations that you get for your paper. And lastly, but probably the most important slide that I have, use this particular platform. So during the lockdown, Elsevier realized that e-learning was going to be the next something of the future. So Elsevier has strengthened this platform. This is a free e-learning platform called researcheracademy.elsevier.com. If you go to this platform, you can take up certified courses which you can complete and earn certificates for yourself. And the courses are very relevant to your subject domain, to your research area. So you have subjects like finding the right journal, book writing. So you have a question, how do I write a book? What is the fundamentals of writing a good research paper? What are technical writing skills? How do I convert my thesis into a book? How do I convert my thesis into a research article? All courses are available on this particular platform. And if you are an author and you wish to become a peer reviewer in the future, there is a certified peer reviewer course which you can take and get certified from the Researcher Academy that you are a certified peer reviewer, right? So do visit this platform. This is really going to help you a lot on your self-study. This is a free e-learning platform where you can take up certified courses and learn and earn certificates on the way. With that, I would like to thank you for your time, and I hope I was able to make a significant contribution to the way you plan research, the way you find articles, and the way you evaluate research articles. Thank you so much, and now I'll take up some questions if there are.
Okay. Thank you firstly for your session, and if there are any questions, there's one question, which is what is SciVal in Scopus? I think that SciVal is seen in Scopus, and that's
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so SciVal and Scopus are two separate products. The only thing common between them is SciVal uses Scopus data. So all the data on SciVal, it exports from Scopus and then does an analysis. So SciVal is a decision-making tool, right? Scopus is an analytics tool. SciVal is a decision-making tool. It is mostly used by funding agencies, department heads, institute heads. So basically what it does, it takes data from Scopus and does the complete analysis, right? It's a much advanced tool. It can help you giving you the complete research snapshot of an institute. Along with it, it can also help in identifying areas of improvement, the gaps where the investments need to be made, what is the quality of every subject area, every author. So if anyone needs to be rewarded in a particular institute, Scopus has tools to do that. If you wish to compare your research performance, your institute's research performance with several others, there is tools to do that. If you wish to find out about a particular topic, everything about a topic, that means who is the top author, which is the top country, which is the top institute that is working on this, which institutes does your institute has collaboration with, which are these potential collaborators, everything. So Scopus is a highly advanced tool, SciVal, and it takes all its data from Scopus, right? So this is the difference between the two.
There is one more question, Mr. Vishal. Actually, are there any journals without publication charges on Scopus?
There are
yeah, you need to clarify.
So again, good question, because it's a very big misconception. Yeah, it's a very big misconception. Scopus has nothing to do with payment of charges or anything. Scopus is simply an indexing platform. The publication charges lies with the publisher, right? And again, I told you, who will charge publication if you wish to publish in an open access journal, or if the journal policy says so. Scopus has nothing to do with that, and there are many journals on Scopus where you can publish without a publication charge. All the open access journals, the gold open access journals, they will ask for a publication charge. So Scopus has nothing to do with it. It's the journal policy and the publisher policy, right?
Yeah, thank you. I think it clarifies that. And there was one more question about poor geographical distribution of citations.
Okay, so by
brief explain it. Yeah,
by geographical distribution, I mean that you are citing articles from different parts of the world and not citing from only your country or your region or your city, right? Even though it's a topic which is dedicated or is a very niche to your local area or your country, there have to be similar research that has been done across the globe. And the editor would want to know that whether you have gone through that or not, because he's a subject expert, he has access to Scopus and he can find it out easily. So yeah, that's what I mean by geographical distribution of citation.
Okay, one last question that we can take. What is the difference between site score and impact factor?
Okay, so first of all, I'll tell you what is common in both of them. They both are metrics that are used to qualify journals, right? They're both the same kind of metrics. Impact factor is first of all, site score is free. Impact factor is paid, so you need to have subscription to JCR reports to get the current impact factor, right? While site score is free. Impact factor takes a window of 2 years and 5 years. So you have 2-year impact factor and 5-year impact factor. Site score takes a window of 3 years, right? So these are the major differences. Again, impact factor, as I said, conference papers are not considered for impact factor. Site score considers conference papers as well. So you have site scores for conference proceedings as well, which helps you in comparing different conference proceedings and comparing it with journals as well. So these are the major differences. They are almost the same. Their trends are same. It is just something which is an alternative to impact factor, which you can also use for free.
Thank you. Any more questions, Meghna?
There was just one participant is asking, so being Indian or Asian, does it have any implication with desk level rejection of the article?
So, see, ideally, it should not be. Ethically, it should not be. But again, people are different. You don't know what mood the author is in. You don't know what the author. So completely depends on the author. The journal has the publisher has nothing to do with it, because the authority lies with the editor, right? So the editor will tell whether this article gets published or not. The job of the publisher, and that is why we do author workshops, to help you understand what is the job of an editor, what is the job of a publisher, right? You may keep blaming Elsevier, but Elsevier has nothing to do. We don't have any authority. The editor tells us this is to be published, we publish it, because we give him authority. We evaluate, we appoint him, and then we give him authority that you take decisions. So ethically, it should not be, because research should not be divided by race, caste, creed, religion. No. But I would also say that I also not deny that it does not happen. Sometimes it may happen, but what do I say? I don't know what to say here. So I hope you've got my point, what I'm trying to say. So publishers have nothing to do here. It's all about the editors, their ethics, and what they suggest us to do.
Thank you.
Okay, I see another question, ma'am. So the question is, at a time we can download only 2000 bibliography data, which is correct. And how do you download more than 2000? So ma'am, the answer is you can use APIs. You can use Scopus APIs, connect it with your institutional repository, and then you can download more than 2000 results. That's how you can do it. And APIs, if you have a subscription of Scopus, APIs are free. So you can ask and get it done.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So thank you for the detailed session. The session was very insightful, where participants actually came to know the theory behind the robust database like Scopus, as well as how the quality is maintained. To know that other than getting citations, there is so much more, like finding the funding information, relevant collaborators, journal finder, was extremely useful for the participants. I think participants also got to know how exactly the database looks like, the various modules, various tools, and knowing the various possibilities that are available on these platforms, and that too in such a step-by-step detailed way. I'm sure participants who have access to Scopus will go ahead and now further explore it. It was indeed very, very useful session. Thank you very much, Mr. Vishal.
Thank you, Mr. Vishal.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I leave, ma'am? No?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madhvi, any specific instructions for 27th?
We would be the question answers round. I think we need to tell them again that the question answers round will be at the end of every session, and please put questions in the chat box.
Yes.
Those who are participating through YouTube also need to put their questions in the chat box of YouTube.
So we will be meeting again on 27th at 2 p.m. I request all of you to join 5 minutes before so that we can begin the sessions in time. Thank you very much.
Thank
We'll
you.
be sending the feedback form for today and request you all to fill it up by tomorrow. Thank you very much. Those who are on Zoom platform, request that please rename your devices in case the devices are not renamed. You know, sometimes Galaxy, Nokia, all this, it is very difficult to take people in without your proper name, which you have used during registration. So kindly ensure that you have renamed your devices, and then only the co-host will be able to let you in. For security reasons, authentication is must. Thank you all. Stay safe and see you all on the 27th at 2 p.m.